When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
Look at this. Good evening, and it's not Cy Strikling. It's Dick Dawson over from the Shills. We've got a couple of us here, and we're going to play movie night tonight with everybody. I hope you're all excited and ready to go. Cheese Mondo's running the show in the background, and there is an unbelievable pile of stupid to be spun and have fun with. What do you think, Cheese? You all set and ready to go?
Oh, it should be a good show. Looking forward to it. There's a whole set of derp, and some the panel have submitted this afternoon. So if you don't know the videos, blame them.
Hey, that's not fair.
Oh, sure it is.
Good. Hey, you submitted one, so I think it's as fair as all hell. Let's run around the table. Chris, how's it going tonight, buddy?
Hey, good evening. Glad to be back. It's been a little while. I think my brain has recuperated enough that I can actually withstand some of the stupid. Although I've been over on Bob the Science Guy's channel a few times, and I've got my daily fill over there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of good content coming from Bob lately. I can understand why you'd be there for sure. And somebody who's recovering and feeling good enough. Yay, Mom NATO, how's it going?
Oh, definitely been much better this week than it was last week or the week before. I can actually talk this week without wanting to scream. So,
I'm glad to hear it. Oh, because that's the worst kind of stuff. You must be so happy it's calming down.
Nobody knows unless they've had an abscess in their mouth what you go through when you have a tooth that is going bad. Migraines hurt. No doubt about it. But your mouth, when it's screaming in agony, you can't eat, you can't drink. Yeah, nothing quite like it.
I will just
I
say
agree.
It's one of the good instances where we don't really remember pain.
Yeah.
Because I know I've had that, but no, I don't remember what it was like.
Well, you're up next on the list here, Orange. How's it going? Are you happy to be purple in 2021?
Well, I'm happy that we survived the year.
Yeah.
Actually, I can't complain too much. I mean, for me, it really wasn't that bad. My living situation actually improved, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Already looking better, huh?
Well, through 2020, I'm better off than where I was a year ago today.
That's
Yeah. Yeah. Never bad news when things are improving, even with what's going on, right? That's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then Tornado, how's it going, buddy?
Well,
Okay.
Oh my gosh, my child.
that is the sound of Trump's presidency imploding.
That is the only fucking hope. Although
Oh, man.
this new bullshit that him and Mitch McConnell are dealing.
Yeah.
Oh
Let's just keep the politics out of it.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's why
Also-
I only growled.
This year, I have decided to dub New Year's Day as Fuck 2020 Day because fuck 2020.
I couldn't
Well,
agree
Yeah, I think
more.
we can all go with that.
Yeah.
I've always wondered, what our grandparents and stuff like that did for, a whole decade of just total messed up economy
Yeah, really.
and everything else, back
Well-
from 1929 to 1939.
We're gonna find out at this rate.
Oh, and Mom and I had a closer shave with the ever-present El Rona than we ever want to have
Yes,
again.
Let's not talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
The less said about that, the better.
Better.
Although, on the Rona, there is an unfortunate bit of news in the community
Oh no.
Yes.
that GE and KC had been diagnosed with it, and I saw something on Twitter that KC has been admitted to the hospital now.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no.
So I don't have any further details.
Not
Well,
good.
If they can get him on ventilators, it should be good. A friend of mine had a severe case and was in the hospital for a week, but he came through, and he's out and about and back to normal. So hey, thank God for small blessings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's hope.
Honestly, I'd much rather not have the virus, but
Oh,
If
I agree.
if I do end up having the virus, there's two possibilities. One, I end up kicking its ass, in which case, ha, I've won. Or two, the virus ends up killing me, but in that case, I end up taking the virus out with me, in which case, ha, I also won. Kind of.
You're gonna.
Yeah, let's not think about that. So.
Yeah, thoughts
So-
by Jay Brown, good friend of the community. He came down with COVID, had pneumonia due to complications, but fought it off. And, he's a trooper, still with us. So that was really happy news.
Let's move on from all this COVID talk.
Not a
Next
bad
person
idea.
on the list, please.
Well, I've gotten through the list as it is, but I do know that we might have a couple of latecomers over from the Shills group showing up. So what we'll do is we'll just,
Leave
we'll
the door
point and
open.
laugh at people that interrupt us as we go.
Yeah, I know he's
Yeah.
missing a few of our regulars, so maybe somebody else will
Yeah.
still be wandering in.
Yeah.
And once again, I've made it my life's goal to do movie night while stone cold sober. What have I got myself into?
You're
But,
You're just a sucker for punishment, from what I can understand.
but hey, just so
Definitely
you know,
a glutton for punishment.
I've been doing this sober for 3 whole years, and I don't plan on stopping now.
That's why he's always getting into trouble.
Yeah, the problem
It's-
is he's swigging caffeine, so he gets more hyper as we go.
Exactly.
Yeah. You can always talk about the war.
Moving on.
Yeah. So it looks.
Both ways in the snow, barefoot.
I think should we not look to the wheel and see what it has
The
to
Wheel of
give?
Misfortune.
Let
Yep.
it
Oh.
burn, burn, burn.
Well, you gotta let him read out what's on there first.
Oh yeah. Then I think we have to get the tornado blessing.
Yes.
Yes.
Just before we do that, I do need to butt in. I'm very sorry. We've had a super chat from Mr. Nielsen for 45 Donkey Kong dollars, and he says, "Mom Nado, glad to hear that you're healing."
Oh, thank
And
you.
then there was a further super chat from Mr. Nielsen for 45 Donkey Kong dollars, and it says, "Naked people in chat covering my eyes."
Well, that means they're not on the moderator list yet.
They don't have a spanner. Going around without a spanner. How dare you?
Or else they maybe are a spanner.
Uh-oh. Well, if you're going to be a spanner, at least do the job correctly.
Okay, now, which channel am I supposed to be on to be watching this on YouTube?
That's regular.
Yeah, I had to go into the Twitter feed and bring it up that way because YouTube wasn't bringing up the ad panel.
Yeah, I had to pull
there
it from
it
the
is.
Twitter feed also.
Do we have the wheel?
Twitter, unfortunately, has done the annoying thing that it will not bring up any live streams before they start.
Oh,
So
cool.
you can't get on there to prep them.
Let's see. Ooh.
There we go.
Well,
Okay, go ahead and read off what we got tonight.
who wants to read it off?
I'm having a hard time seeing it.
Are you?
I'll go look it up on my...
Pin Chismondo's video, I believe it is.
Just give me
I can
yours
look it
then.
up on the actual main screen.
Let
So-
me just find the list. Oh, okay, go for it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it here right now too,
I can
because
see
Google's doing that thing where it gives me a blur feed over to me. Oh yeah, okay.
I've got it up. So, yes, the first number on the wheel is Flat Earth Rock Formations. The second one on the wheel is FE Flight Route. The third one is Monsters, Men Going Their Own Way. The fourth one is the Bruce Lipton Apocalypse. If you want to see funky numbers start flying, go with that one. Hopefully the wheel picks that one. Number 5 is Nuclear Weapons. I'm pretty sure that's also related with number 4 because of the sheer energy output. Number 6 is Tyrant Cops. Oh boy, this should be good. And number 7 is the Chinese Lunar Lander. Once again, Flurfer's always complaining about how things aren't always done. And then when they do get done, they cry conspiracy. So, of course, as we always say here on Movie Night, Wheel of Misfortune. Turn, turn, turn. Show us the stupid that we shall burn. Spin it! Whoa! Oh dear, flight routes proven on Flat Earth by my oh so appropriately named favorite, Fuckwit.
I think this may have been one of my old submissions, but hey, yeah.
It is.
Let's rock out with the clock out.
Have you guys done this one before then?
No, not this one.
Okay.
We
In
have
that
seen it.
case,
We've had it on the wheel for about 1,000 years. We
Streamlabs
never
hates it.
seemed to land on it until today.
Gigantor in the house.
No. His name is Fuckwit.
okay, folks, you chose it. You
Hello,
got it.
Flat Earth researchers, debaters, and debunkers. We're going to look at how and why the globe is nothing more than a concept that is projected onto
Oh my
a
God, the
spherical
Drink!
surface using a bit of
Not even 30 seconds in.
Allow me to do an impression. Hello, Flat Earth researchers, debaters, and debunkers. My name is Fuckwit, and I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Boy, he's got the nasaliest voice of anybody I've heard on this channel yet.
I think that's a pretty good impression, if I do say so myself.
The opening, the audacity to instantly claim that it's just a concept. Like, we're not talking about string theory here.
Right. We're talking about verifiable observations that we can do for ourselves. And and remember how Tiger Dan tried this once before? He tried this and it didn't work. I assume we're going to see something similar with Fuckwit, and that's exactly why I call him Fuckwit.
Yeah. Well, it's the most
Incoming
bizarre
Fuckwit ahead.
conspiracy Because this one requires that every pilot in history, commercial and private, is in on this.
Mhm.
Yes.
That's an
Purple.
awful lot of people.
Purple. It's not just every pilot. It's every operator, consumer, or producer of satellite, internet /TV /radio. It's every passenger on every cruise ship and every passenger on every airline. It's every pilot of those cruise ships.
It's
every
just
feeder.
mind-boggling the number of people who would have to be going along with
Oh
this.
yeah. Everybody who's ever been down in Antarctica at a station working or whatever, Cheese needs to get in here.
Just so you know, I actually ran the numbers on this, and the odds of keeping this thing secret, we're looking at least 2 billion people that would have to be in on this. You couldn't keep that secret if you tried. To put it bluntly, the odds of them keeping it secret for one day with a conspiracy involving 2 billion people would be 5 times less likely than my odds of waking up in the morning tomorrow with the United States Mega Millions jackpot.
Yeah.
The likelihood of you waking up not a virgin?
Well, maybe not quite that high, but
Yeah. Okay, so Cheesemondo, you got to jump in, and then Chris is in.
I do. I've another super chat from Mr. Nielsen. Thank you very much, sir. This time he says, Gigantor, oh no, this is going to be bad.
It's already bad. We're already going off the rails.
This is going to be bad. But no, idiots are us.
Oh, and I'm sorry, yes, I'm snarking on Tornado. I shouldn't, but I'm his mom. I'm allowed.
Yeah, exactly. Chris.
First of all, I want to say Gesundheit to Mom NATO. She has the cutest sneeze going on there. But the other thing is, as a ham radio operator, I can definitely say the Earth is round because that's how we propagate signals. There's something called gray line pattern, which follows the terminator line across the globe there, and which wouldn't exist on a flat Earth. So right there, boom.
Yeah.
That's how I've talked to Japan and Hawaii and stuff like that from Connecticut.
Ugly German truth being a smartass. Why ham radio? Wouldn't electronics work a lot better?
Why not egg radio?
Because because back in the day when you had radio first being licensed and stuff, you had commercial operators that really didn't like the amateur operators, and the Morse code was the primary form of communication. And so they would say, oh, these amateur radio operators are ham-fisted, meaning that their code was sloppy and stuff like that.
Right.
And so we kind of took it as our own, and it stuck.
okay. I'd always wondered where the name came from.
I just thought it.
Interesting, darling.
I figured the guy who invented it had a ham sandwich going at the time.
Well, cooking on top of the tube set. Yeah, sure, why not?
Already, the information content of tonight's movie night has exceeded the information content coming out of Fuckwit's mouth.
Let's get back to the stupid then.
Let's rock and roll.
Cheesemondo.
Just before we
Cheesemondo
do,
needs to get all cheesy on us here.
Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
just before we do. What?
We have to talk about tornado. You're mentioning cheese, Dick. We have to talk about Tornado's pizza today.
Okay.
No, my brother-in-law's
Brothers-in-law.
what the fuck ever sent us pizza from Jordan. How do you say it, Tornado?
Giordano's, like DiGiorno, but Giordano.
Yeah, Giordano's Chicago style deep dish pizza. If nobody's ever had Chicago deep dish pizza, it's about 4 inches of crust on the sides. They use a cake pan to make this.
They're awesome.
And it's got over 2 pounds of mozzarella cheese in the bottom. And then
Oh, that's a balloon nut stuffer.
Yeah.
Then you
Same
layer
vibe.
your pepperoni and sauce over it. Then they put another crust over it and put more sauce on the top of it. And then they bake it in the oven. They sent us 2 of those for New Year's / Christmas presents.
And I had
What?
fun with the dry ice that was included.
Yeah, you eat
Yeah,
a
I would
slice
be
of that
having
and you're
fun on the
full.
toilet for the next 2 days.
Well, that's why you
Yeah.
eat it in moderation. You only eat 1 slice at a time.
Yeah, I think the Beatles wrote "Twist and Shout" after eating one of those pizzas. They wrote it on the can.
Moving on.
Okay, I'm done.
Cheese Mondo, you need to call out some super chats, right?
Yep, we've had a super chat from Mr. Nielsen for 45 Donkey Kong dollars. And this time says, Matt Mondo, cheesy.
Incoming.
And incoming is Steamy Cup of Reason.
Oh, wow.
Steaming!
Hi, Steaming.
Good to see you guys again.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, folks?
Good, man. What's happening your way?
So, Mr.
No, you know, I heard you guys. Well, I heard you guys. What
I
the?
gotta turn your volume down there.
You brought an echo with you.
Echo, echo, echo.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Fucking major echo. I was sitting here
Yeah.
watching, listening to you guys talk about deep dish pizza and ham.
Uh-huh.
I got a question.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you operate a ham?
You use a knife and a fork.
I have memes
Yeah.
with ham radio, so you know.
Oh,
could be
okay.
done.
Well,
Steaming
okay.
Cup of Reason, it might come to interest you that I have an ice cold can of caffeine.
You have an ice cold can of
You made that
caffeine.
abundantly clear. Yes.
You
Yes.
know that's
We know that
fucking
every night.
sacrilege.
Moving on with the video.
Yeah, I was wondering if we should actually bother, geez,
Well, we're
pull us
we're
into the
40 minutes-
realm of Phuket.
Oh
40
shit!
40 minutes
Gigantor.
into the show, and we watched 30 seconds. So we've watched more.
Hey, that's how it goes on movie night. Some
heard.
nights are longer
Right.
than others.
Here we
This
go.
aircraft
And
is
a whole
stalling.
bunch of assumptions about where we live. And we'll see that no matter what kind of map we use, what kind of projection, as long as we have a standard set of coordinates to operate from, we can model what we see and we can navigate from those coordinates. But they in no way
Drink!
dictate, the
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yes.
This guy wouldn't know a competent coordinate system for non-Euclidean geometry if it bit him in the ass and said "Howdy do."
Well, what else do you expect from a fucking fish and chip restaurant owner stuck in Ladyboy land?
Okay, this guy, Mr. Fuckwit, it may come as a surprise to you that these stars actually shift in position 1 degree north or south in the sky every 16 or 1 degree for every 69 miles you travel north or south.
Well,
And
he
it
would-
does this predictably. You can actually use this distance to calculate the circumference of the Earth. You can actually do this for yourself if you just bother to get off of your ass, take a trip in a car, mark out a point on one line of longitude, mark out a point on another line of longitude, and look at the fucking stars. But you won't do that because it shoots your worldview in the foot.
No, it shoots it in the ass.
Also, the coordinate system that he is describing would not work on a flat Earth. It can't. The way the coordinate system is on the AE map that he proposes, it's a projection of a sphere using the North Pole as the focal point, which of
I
course
got a cold drink on you, Tornado.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought we had a rule where we weren't doing predictive. He hasn't even gotten the map up yet.
You can't minority report debunk.
Anyway, aside from that, if you try and project a 3-dimensional coordinate system onto a 2-dimensional shape, something is going to give. It doesn't matter what shape it is, there will always be distortions. The only shape that doesn't have distortions as a map, wherever you look at it, is a spheroid. And I wonder what airline pilots and cruise ship pilots tend to use whenever they navigate. A fucking spheroid. Who would have thought?
Yeah, the only people I know in history that didn't use a sphere to navigate were the brave men and women of the Crimson Permanent Assurance, but it didn't end well for them. So,
Yeah, well, I was going to do my best Sean Hufford impression. They're making shit up. So
that's good.
that's all I had.
Sounds to me like it's time to let Cheese hit the button of madness and let it continue.
Yep.
Shape.
Let's see if we can
size,
get a full minute in.
dimensions, any alleged movement of the Earth, or its relationship with the sun, the moon, and the stars,
Drink.
and all the other explanations that.
Okay.
Is that a drink?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry.
From
I'm
Mom
quiet.
Nader.
Yes. I'm sorry. Supposed movement of the Earth.
He thinks that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Okay, but if the oh, never mind. I'm not even gonna go there. It's too stupid to go. Just
Yeah, it's almost as if parallax is a thing. It's almost as if we can use parallax to determine that the Earth is moving, as well as diurnal aberration. Who would have thought? Stellar aberration and parallax. 2 ways to know that the Earth is moving. Oh, and the cosmic microwave background as well. That's 3 cross-confirmation methods that show the Earth is in fact moving, and fuckwit is a lying fuckwit.
well, that's why he's called fuckwit instead of Phuket. But of course, fuck it works too for him.
He's
I wouldn't fuck it.
definitely he's a good snake oil salesman to the stupid though, because he's got that presentation that sounds like I am just so authoritative, but to us it's just sickening sound, right?
It's
Put a little more
bullshit.
energy into it, and he'd be as good as Vince. With Slapshot.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, should we watch a bit more?
Well, I guess we could, but you got to remember, we're talking about Phuket here. He lives in fucking Thailand. He lives in the land of ladyboys. If he hasn't got his head up his own ass, he's got it up somebody else's.
That's also why he's Gigantor. He towers over everybody over there.
Wait. Is Thailand really that weird?
They're
Oh,
short.
dude.
Their food
Okay.
is pretty good.
We got a great comment from Ugly German Truce. Can we please start to call them the abstinent stupid? Calling them fucking has made them multiply uncontrollably.
It's true. This is true.
True.
That's right.
And just out of curiosity, Cheese, how long is this video?
Too long.
At the rate we're going, about 5 days.
I think we should
That's a
at
good
least
point.
let a minute go by before calling a drink on it. And
Yeah,
self-imposed minute.
or a statement.
That's a stretch, Chris. I don't think we're going to be able to pull it this long because he densely packs the stupid. When he-
Yeah, but we could
By
we
pushing
can
the
force
play
Cheese
button,
not to push pause. Just boom. We got a 60-second run.
Okay.
Yep.
The good news is I'm going to veto drinks for at least a minute. Bad news is this video is 35 minutes long.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, fuck.
Wow. Okay, you're torturing us now.
Does it come?
Cruel
Does
and
it come with
unusual
a gun?
punishment. And I'm not even getting any fun out of it.
So,
They don't make beer strong enough for this.
And that's why I have caffeine.
No, that's why they make whiskey.
And that's why
Yeah.
you're an only child.
Shut up. Shut up.
Steaming, we lost your question. What was it again?
I asked if this video comes with a gun and free ammunition.
Unfortunately
Only
not.
if you shoot it at fuckwit. I mean,
Moving on.
So do you want
All
to
right,
watch
Cheese.
a little bit more, and then
All
we might just move on to something else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. I'm
If
going to
we
ignore
have
you all
to.
for at least a minute.
Well, should we put a
God.
gong vote in the side chat?
Yeah.
we
I think.
do have a super chat there. So
Oh, we do. Another
that
picture
before,
from
yeah.
Mr. Nielsen. Thank you, sir. 45 Danish Corona, I believe that is really, instead of Donkey Kong dollars. And
$6.
He's put no dying.
No, you're saying it wrong. You're saying it wrong. It's no.
Excuse me, but that is a Shills thing. It's
No.
Feel the Del Cal still doesn't make it stupid or doesn't make it smart.
you got that right.
Right.
Ooh,
I'm going to
excuse
hit
me.
the
I thought he
go
was
button.
doing
And
his
I'm,
impression of Dell.
Yeah.
No.
It's a mutated Del. It's one of those things. Yeah, we're jokers. Okay, Cheese. It's 60 seconds of moronic stupid. Everybody dig deep and hold on tight. Oh fuck, here we go.
We are given to go with the very predictive nature of being able to observe when and where we might see something like the sun. So here we have an image showing the summer solstice, the equinox, and winter solstice positions of the sun. I'm assuming this is seen from the UK. And what we have to look at here is the fact that we are looking at degrees. 77 degrees is obviously quite high in the sky for the summer solstice. The equinox is there, 53 degrees, and the winter solstice is 30 degrees. So, as we all know, the sun is very low in the sky during the winter and very high in the sky during the summer. Of course, and we also are aware that the supposed cause of this is because the Earth is a spinning globe with an axial tilt and going around the sun, and we have this axis of rotation looking up at Polaris and all that. We're all very familiar with that, and no doubt this the comments under this video will also be from people who will try to re-educate this silly flat earther on the things that we already are very well aware of, that have been taught and passed off as scientific fact, when in fact we have no actual proof in any way, shape or form that we live on a globe, and the only kind of as evidence are rotating globes. But what's important here is the fact that we are dealing with degrees, and this is kind of the crux of the issue. So we'll just go to this image here that we're all very familiar with. This is kind of looking down at the North Pole on the alleged spinning globe Earth, and what we can see here is a projection, and
Alleged.
the center point here, the North
Indeed.
Pole, is the projection for the Northern Hemisphere, and it would usually go as far as the equator, and then we have another projection with a center on the South Pole. And as I've shown in previous videos, just two cutouts of these two azimuth maps that are projected onto the globe will do the job. But the thing is, that's the fact that these lines are converging on a particular point and then diverging to the equator tells us straight away that this is nothing more than a projection that does not represent the land masses and the sea or the countries in
Yeah, enough. Fuck, make this asshole shut up. Fuck.
Okay, so I'd like him to explain, please, how we get this projection that we supposedly see out to astronauts in space on the space station, or in planes where you can see the curvature of the Earth when you're flying really high.
No, I think he's talking about the actual map.
Well, but where did they get the projection? Did they just doodle it up and all this other shit?
No, it's almost as if it's based on real data.
Well, we know that, doofus.
Oh, more importantly, if you look very carefully towards the bottom, you'll notice the lines of longitude actually start looking like they're converging as they move southward.
Of course.
Hey, fuckwit. What do you bet that if you showed this thing semi-transparent, you'd see all the lines also converge at a point southward?
Okay, we got some hands.
Sorry.
We got some hands here, Nato. Sorry, buddy. Chris.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to reemphasize that he keeps saying projection, but I don't think that word means what he thinks it means, because it's a projection of what?
Exactly. That's what I'm asking.
and okay, yeah, the North Star is Polaris. What about the Southern Cross? He doesn't mention anything about what the South Pole is pointing at, and what's used for navigation south of the equator.
You know why?
I know why. Because he's footwork. He doesn't think things through.
Orange. Purple.
Yeah. Well, just going back to his earlier point that he was showing where the sun would be, like on the equinox and the solstice, and that, yeah, those points are predicted based on the globe Earth model, and we can observe that those are where the sun actually will show up on those dates. How does he explain how we can predict that on the flat Earth?
He doesn't.
He doesn't.
That would be too intelligent.
It's amazing how we could just sit here and talk about simple little things that prove this kind of stuff. And he's taken how much time to produce this moronic video? Geez, I think you got some housekeeping to do here.
I do. We've had a super chat from Mr. Nielsen for 45 Donkey Kong dollars, because I much prefer calling you that. I bet Mr. Dawson wishes he brought the gong, huh? Evil laugh.
Yeah. The gong is what saves in a moment like this, right? Because you can count on your viewers to have a good laugh and then start to feel sorry for you, and they do the right thing.
Called Shut 'em Up.
Yeah. Because what we do is we do it like the old Gong Show, where we have a vote in the chat, and if the viewers are sick of hearing a guy's voice like this fucking idiot, then they can gong him off the show.
Gong.
Yeah, exactly, right? We could do an impromptu vote. We could put one in the chat, everybody that's watching and playing along in the chat. Put a 1 in if you want to gong Phuket Words punk ass off the show, and put a 2 in the chat if you want us to keep going on his video. It is 35 minutes, by the way.
That might bias you guys.
Mr. Nielsen's being a total asshole. Do you see that? I guess he can do it, though. He super chatted real well.
I think that's looking like a lot of ones to me.
Yeah, so what do the regulars of movie night think of Gong Vote here? What do you guys think? Should we? Chris, what do you think, buddy?
On to something else.
I'm putting a 1 in there in just a second here.
All right, we've got a 1 from Cernian, a 1 from Crypto, an H from Purple Rhymes with Orange, a 2 from Mr. Nielsen, a 1 from Skydiver Tanner, a 1 from Ugly German Truths, and 1 from Aunt Jer. 2 from Michael Gallagher. Ability in Danish says 1. We're seeing 1 in the chat.
Glober Mom is very insistent on her vote. Yeah. There's no mistaking hers.
Glober Mum has spoken. This needs to go.
Yeah, get this fucking idiot out of here, Cheese. Why don't we do? Yeah, why don't we hit up the wheel and see what else we can do? Because nobody wants to hear that fucking fuck.
Gong.
Just before we start the procedure for spinning the wheel, there has been a super chat from Mr. Chris Kelling for $5. I can't let Mr. Nielsen have all the super chats.
That's a good shout. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. Well, hell. I mean, we know what the choices are. Do we just spin the fucking thing and see what we get?
Yep. Wheel of misfortune. Turn. Show us the stupid that we should burn. Spin it.
Part 2.
Come on, land on. Oh, it did not land on Bruce Lipton. It did not just land on Bruce Lipton.
As long as it didn't land on Fuckwit again.
I do believe from the
it
time
landed on
I
Tyrant Cox.
that is.
Oh God.
Yeah.
The First Amendment audit.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh God. Okay. Well,
here it comes.
The
Get
wheel
your
has
pants and
spoken.
cola ready.
I do not consent to being arrested.
This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt.
I don't consent to being sober. Does that make me a sob sit?
Oh, I've consented to being sober for 3 years now, and I want to watch the fireworks.
Now, I have to give you guys fair warning on this one. These guys, this is filmed from the perspective of the First Amendment auditors going into a post office to audit their First Amendment. This is not somebody saying, "Oh, here are these idiots." These are the idiots. So.
Oh, fun.
Glober Mom's already trying to gong this one before we play it.
Oh no, you guys!
It's actually quite funny, but
trust me, this is going to be some mental bleach for what we had just witnessed. If you want to see a stupid person get arrested, this would be the opportunity.
Oh God.
Before we start, we've had another super chat from Mr. Nielsen for $45 Donkey Kong dollars. That will teach you not to break the rules.
Just give me a minute to practice. Taser.
Oh,
Absolutely. All right.
Okay.
So
Here we go.
Let's dive
Play
in
the
and watch
video.
somebody be an idiot.
Play.
Excuse me, are you videotaping in here?
I'm just following your Postal 7 guidelines, rules, and regulations that govern conduct on Postal Service property.
How you doing? What's going on? Really? I see. You don't want to talk at all? But they don't want you on the property recording, okay? So if you go up there, you're loitering, we'll arrest you, okay?
Freedom News Now.
November 2020. A great day to engage in our First Amendment rights of public photography. Today we are in Toledo, Ohio, at the Reynolds Corner Station, United States Post Office for a First Amendment audit. Freedom News Now is on the front lines to hold accountable this U.S. Post Office to...
I'm calling drink on that.
Yeah.
I'm calling drink. Welcome to our video.
Take him out.
He reminded me a lot of Robin Leach.
The Kitsune Cavalier says, First Amendment auditors? Nah, just Karens with cameras. I love it.
Hello, welcome to this episode of Karens with Cameras. I want to speak to your manager.
Wah!
Too funny.
Sorry. Sorry, that was more Trump than Karen.
That's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, isn't it?
True.
True.
Here's the thing with these First Amendment auditors. They always say, we're going to hold this post office accountable. No, they just don't want you taking pictures of the post office because, well, gee, that's a federal service. And when people start taking pictures of federal services, people naturally get suspicious because there could be a possibility that that person could be a terrorist.
Lizard
Nashville.
Yeah, well, the other thing that I love about this stuff is the fact that these guys have no idea what trespass is. And so just because something's a public building doesn't necessarily mean that you can't trespass.
Yeah, you don't have some inalienable right to be a jerk. I mean, it's a post office, so you're free to go and come as you please to do your business there. But as soon as you start acting like some, video predator, we could say, nobody wants your bullshit. That's just how it is.
Dick, let me rephrase that. You can come and go as you please to do your business, including sometimes doing your business. Because post offices have a restroom and sometimes there's no other place to go.
Oh, some post offices might. But anyway, shall we continue?
I think.
Oh, I guess if we have to.
To ensure it fully complies with Poster 7, the rules and regulations governing conduct on Postal Service property. We gather content for our story, then enter inside to complete our full investigation. And you won't believe what happens next.
Straw man argument.
Where the fuck did this guy learn to read?
What investigation are they doing? What are they fucking investigating?
Exactly.
Whether or not they're allowed to record on federal property.
They're not.
They think that's a violation of their First Amendment rights.
No, because it is a federal building.
Mm-hmm. And also, I'm surprised they haven't gotten into the Second Amendment rights, considering the fact that because this is a post office, you cannot bring firearms into it as well.
Exactly.
And I'm a Second Amendment right person, but I mean, I'm not going to be bringing weapons into a post office because, well, geez, I still think there's people out there that think they're Jesse James or something. I don't know.
I don't see the need for weapons in a post office. It's just not necessary.
It's a fucking post office.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a lot of money too. So, buying stamps and money orders and stuff like that. So,
moving on.
What do you think? Let's stupid.
Let's see some more.
I'm gonna drop off mail.
I want to see a violent takedown that leaves lasting scars.
Hi guys, here's helping you deliver my package.
These guys don't know how to edit, do they?
No.
Reynolds Corner Station, Toledo, Ohio. United States Post Office.
Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
No doubt about it. I gotta get me
There's a big post office here. Reynolds Corner
I love the fact they
Station,
have a carrier pigeon.
Toledo, Ohio. The flag's flying high.
Yeah, let's go in and take a look.
It is no longer a public
3,
access.
2,
That's
1,
right.
0. Elvis has entered the building.
No, Doofus has entered the building. Elvis was smarter than these
It
asshats.
actually looks like a pretty nice post office.
Looks like an Apple store.
Some of your free boxes.
Now, mind you, pause.
Oh, here's
Drink. You mean?
No, just
think you
pause.
mean
This
drink.
isn't a drink. No, this isn't a drink call yet. The drink calls will come later. Mind you, when you're in Huntsville, Alabama, getting pictures and recordings of rockets that are standing up there, that's perfectly fine. You know why? Because that's a popular tourist destination. Taking pictures inside of a post office, which is a federal building, is completely different. Let's move on.
Poster 7. Rules and regulations governing conduct on Postal Service property.
Notice
See right
that it
here.
has a no firearms allowed on the right-hand side.
For purposes is permitted. There's another sign.
Yeah, too bad you're
Yeah,
not a
the
Second
proper
Amendment
signage,
auditor. Huh?
Now, of course, we need to pause. And a drink, actually. This is a drink call. You'll notice he says, for commercial purposes.
Yep.
For commercial purposes. Not for private purposes.
Well, not to give him any ideas, but if he's getting subscriptions to his YouTube channel, doesn't that then make it commercial?
No.
Mhm.
Well, he may not be monetized either, so.
Hope not. Nobody should make money from spewing this fucking.
Get better video production quality, too.
That's horrible. These guys know pacing like they know scale. Fuck. You know?
Moving on.
Hey, I know I'd be making money by now if I had started a Woo channel instead.
Easy.
I've said that a lot. Got to start a
So
Woo
those
channel. to
Pinocchio
learn this truth.
footpads. Hit that
It
pause
seems like it's time to. It seems like it's time to, let it go.
Oh,
I love the
God.
audio quality. Oh.
Then deposit mail here. Right
No,
here.
really?
This building dedicated to public service, 1991. George Bush, President of the United States.
Yep.
Some self-service.
And what is your purpose? I mean, you know what your stated purpose is, but all you've done so far is just show a bunch of
Robot
shot
mail.
signs.
And drink. Now, my mom worked in the post office for 25 years. And the biggest reason they don't want people filming, besides it's a federal building, is because it risks the safety of their employees, because people can learn how to get in and out of the building. And if somebody is going to come in shooting, they'll know how to get at the employees.
And you've got people with boxes here. Nobody wants to be filmed opening their personal private things. That's the most ridiculous situation. Like you have to be, well, this fucking idiot to think that this is normal. Fuck.
Just rude.
Well, it's not even that. It's just more along the lines of, okay, maybe public access, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have a certain expectancy of privacy. So it's like going into a store. As soon as you go into the store from the hallway in a mall, you no longer have the coverage of all the persons out in public. the person's still in public, but they're in a certain area that they have a certain expectancy of privacy available to them.
Right.
Yes.
And if I remember correctly, there is also the law of consent to film.
Yes, in this instance, they would need to have consent of anybody that they have on camera to be filmed.
Yeah, that's why TV shows have to have everyone in the scene sign a waiver or they can't use the footage.
Yep.
One of the things that we used to do in public access is we'd get them on camera. We'd say, "Do you consent to be filmed?" And they'd say yes, and we'd ask their name, and that would satisfy that also, because if it ever came down to it, we would have proof that they consented.
Did say yes. Yeah.
So. But they're not doing that here. But there doesn't look like there's a whole lot of public here either, for, right at the moment.
Shall we continue watching this video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
More boxes.
Oh, look at that, an emergency exit.
Emergency exit only.
Well, at least he can read.
Yeah, really.
Dumb waiter.
I think he's searching for a door that says employees only so he can barge in.
Yep.
I bet. It's public. I can be here.
And he's about to enter the main concourse.
We weren't even allowed to be where the employees are when my mom was working until after hours.
Only 4 people allowed in the lobby at a time. There's 4 people.
Well, yeah,
in there right
COVID-19,
now.
you dumb fuck.
So we'll wait.
Oh.
No admittance, authorized personnel only.
Let's see if the door's locked.
Getting some looks.
I dare you.
Starting to get some looks.
I want to see a big security guard so badly.
It's coming, don't worry.
The question I've always had, since all this is federal property, local police have the permission of the federal government to do police actions on federal property, but they have to have that permission.
Okay, drink, Chris, what you were talking about. As long as it is public property, the police can act. It's only when it's private property that they have to have
This is what the
permission.
inside of it looks like.
Oh, he's an idiot.
Drink! Okay.
Is that gone?
No.
Okay.
That is what I think a card of some sort. But still, Mr. First Amendment Auditor, please do the world a favor and shut the fuck up. This man did not consent. This man did not consent to your filming, so you have no right to film him. And more importantly,
this guy could be. Sorry, NATO. This guy could be running off to go play paintball. I mean, it doesn't mean he's military, and even so, when you sign up to the military, it's not to run around and be a beat cop. The hell is this guy even talking about?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
And I love how he has the fail word highlighted so that you notice it.
Yeah, he has absolutely no idea what this guy may have done when he was officially on duty.
Mm-hmm.
So, sir, until you know that what this man has done while he was on duty and active military, or is still active military, until you know that, you need to shut the fuck up.
Indeed.
Moving on.
Booyah.
Are you videotaping in here?
Go, woman, go! Kissing his ass.
Are you videotaping in here?
I'm just following your Postal 7 guidelines, rules, and regulations that govern conduct on Postal Service property.
No, you're not.
Just following your Postal 7.
Sorry. Okay, so.
Drink. The poor woman behind the counter is thinking, oh, for the love of God, this is one of those fucking idiots I've seen on YouTube. Oh, no.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
She's probably going, what the fuck did I do to deserve this during my day?
Whose god did I piss off?
Really?
Oh, too funny.
Well, and especially with COVID, like it hasn't made their job complicated enough already.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, they got the plastic shields in front of them now and everything else, so you can't hear them, they can't hear you.
Yeah.
Shall we continue on with the video?
Yeah, I just had to call that in because I just feel so sorry for the employees in these moments. Oh, God.
Oh, I just love how you phrase that. Oh, fuck, no.
Really? Oh, she's on the phone with the police.
I love the glare. You can't see what's going on behind the the plexiglass anyway, which is
Poetic justice.
yeah.
Here's
I
some
do-
different packaging that you can use.
I do have to say I'm impressed the guy is following the 6-foot guideline and that he waited for the lobby to empty out before he
Sir,
went
management
in.
asked me that you leave the premises.
You're not gonna
Or
allow
I
me?
have to call the police.
You won't allow me to purchase stamps?
Pardon me?
You won't allow me to purchase my stamps, or?
Okay.
Is that why you came
I'm just
here?
following the
No,
rules
it
of
isn't.
Postal 7.
I'm just going what my supervisor said.
Okay, if you're not gonna, I'll leave under threat of duress, but
Oh, fuck. Under
I'll leave
threat.
under
of
threat.
arrest.
Stop videotaping nothing.
Is it about me leaving, or is it about the videotaping?
Pot, drink.
If that's a
Boy,
fucking
that's
threat of
both.
arrest, what a pussy.
Yeah, if I was in that room with him, I'd be like, dude, you want to see duress? I can show you duress.
It's called my foot up your ass.
Yeah, this is the kind of person in public that I would confront. I've had a couple of confrontations about with COVIDiots in where I live recently, like over the last 6 months, and I won't hesitate. There's just with all the stress everybody has right now, especially if you're like a retail worker, like somebody like this that's dealing with people in person all the time. Nobody needs this hanging over their head. You don't need this. It's too much.
Telling you, Dick,
Chris.
there ain't a gong big enough for this shit.
Exactly.
The thing that this quote auditor unquote doesn't realize is that he already has culpability. He has premeditative motive. Because at the beginning of the video, he said, we're going in to audit the First Amendment. He didn't say he was going in to buy stamps or anything like that. So he is in there under false pretenses already. And he is just totally blown away any right he has.
Moving on.
All right.
Okay, so we're following Postal 7 rules and regulations. Photographs for news and advertising purposes is permitted in here.
Drink.
Yeah, you're not news and you're not advertising, you fucking moron.
Right. He's not a member of the news. He doesn't have a press badge. He's not taking photos. He's videotaping. There's a difference.
Yeah.
And in order to be allowed to videotape on federal property. You have to have either written consent, prior notification, and a press badge.
Yeah, exactly. He's mutating the rules like a flurf mutates science.
That's a good point. Yes. Exactly.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah, selective interpretations.
Yep.
Move on.
That's kind of like selective hearing.
Yeah. Parents know that one, right, Mom?
Mm-hmm. I'm guilty of it from when I was a kid.
Okay, so she's calling the police for First Amendment protected activity.
Damn fucking
Wow.
straight she's calling the police, you lunatic.
This is unbelievable. Let's step out for now because let's step out for now and wait for him out here.
Oh, please, I'm getting out of here. I'm too scared
We're
now.
not going to get served our stamp. We're not getting served our stamps, guys.
Lying sack of shit.
Yeah. He's already documented the fact that he's a liar. Like, why are you lying to yourself?
Right. If the police got hold of this video, he would
No
be
stamps. The post
arrested
office
for
here in
false pretenses.
Toledo, Ohio.
From
They
her
called
first
the cops
reaction,
on
I
us.
wonder if she's run into
They
this
refused to
before and if
service-
she's not calling the
service us,
police,
give us
like
our
saying,
stamps.
yeah,
They
we
did
got
have
another
Poster
one, bring
7
the
up, but they-
taser.
Yeah.
refused to follow their Poster 7 rules and regulations, so this is a major fail right now. United States Post Office, Reynolds Corner Station, Toledo, Ohio.
Major fail.
Thank God. Here we go. Because that first cop to talk to him in the beginning looked like a no-nonsense motherfucker. I can't wait.
Taser! Taser!
Taser! Taser! Taser!
That'll at least.
Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll see a swift kick to the nuts, too.
Ooh.
Maybe we'll get lucky.
Or a
This guy's-
Chase the guy down.
Or
Here we go.
Here it comes! Here it comes! Here it comes!
a takedown.
In the
that
inside
breaks
check,
his
Mark
bones.
Baser
I wanna
is
hear this.
reporting communications.
These guys were canine unit.
Really? I see. You don't want to talk at all? Okay. Have a nice
What's
day.
going on? You guys get a call or what?
Yeah, we got a call.
Okay. I didn't call you. I don't need your help. You guys are worthless. You're worthless. You're dismissed. Go solve some real crime.
Hello,
Go educate them on
fucking.
the First Amendment.
Oh my fucking god.
The cops
Hello?
are leaving you alone. Don't antagonize them.
Oh no,
Hello?
please antagonize them.
Please antagonize them.
You guys are
I
worthless.
think it was Radical. I saw he was doing a sovereign
That's how it's
citizen
done,
where the guy
guys.
would go up to the police officer and say, yeah, I'm a sovereign citizen. And
Toledo
the officer's
police.
like, yeah, so.
Yeah.
Owned.
I'm a sovereign citizen. He hauls out his cuffs and says, nice to meet you. Come with me.
$10 says he goes right back in.
Oh yeah.
Moron.
I'm just curious where this whole sovereign citizen idea started from.
Oh god, who knows?
Daniel Boone.
I saw a video a couple weeks ago where it was under basically someone who had confrontations with the law before and was doing jailhouse lawyering and misinterpreted the Articles of Confederation, which has
Here they
no
go, guys.
validity anymore.
Government protecting their own. They don't work for we the people. They work for the state.
No, they work for we
These
the
police
people
don't
to protect
protect-
us against you, the moron.
That's right.
Don't protect we
Their
the people.
ugly
They don't
German
serve we
troops
the
provided
people.
a
They serve the
citation that
state.
started in
They serve the
1971.
United States Post Office.
Let's watch him go right back in.
Ugly always knows. Holy fuck, man.
Thank goodness we have people like him.
Round 2, fight!
Okay, let's see what goes here.
Oh, because he never
Joyce!
left the property.
Alright, sir, as you already know,
He was asked to
you're
leave.
welcome to be out here recording all you want, but they don't want you on the property recording, okay? So if you go up there, you're loitering, we'll arrest you, okay?
Loitering at a
But
U.S.
you can
post
be out here
office?
recording all you want.
Wait a
okay?
minute, no, wait a minute.
have a
Why
nice
don't you
day.
teach them the First Amendment rights and to follow their postal 7? Can I
You know
get a
what?
name and badge number, please? You have a name and badge
Oh
number.
my god.
Then your orders don't mean nothing. Name and badge
He's
number.
fucking asking for it.
Oh my god.
Officers
Can I
are
get your name and badge
surprisingly
number,
patient.
officer?
Oh, taser! Taser!
Here it comes.
please.
Here it comes.
Pause. Everyone shush. I want everyone
He
to
should be
shush. I want
running.
to hear this.
Oh, keep the video running.
You're gonna
Okay.
give me
right.
orders. I need to know who's giving them to me. Okay, so we got Patrol Unit 190, Toledo Police Department, refused to identify. Got 2 officers. Got a car. Oh,
Here you go, sir.
I can't get your ID?
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, have fun.
Yep.
Have fun, sir.
Yeah, have a good day. Appreciate it.
Drink. This cop is so used to these dumb fucks. Did you see that? All right. Fuck, I've got a card, you dumb asshole. Here you go.
Officer has clearly dealt with some shit before.
Yeah, probably his brother. Like this, I'm sure this guy's brothers and cousins, and you know everybody that was brought up on the plantation are all the same.
That was so good.
That was.
And the determination in his movements, like the cop was just try me. You know, he was just, I love this guy. He's great. I really hope that we get another video with this cop just kicking the living shit out of one of these assholes.
And he actually said, "Thank you, and have a nice day."
Yep.
Yeah.
That cop is
Professional to the last drop there. It was great.
I want to see more. Let's see more. Is there any more to this video?
Live.
So these tyrants here, tyrant cops, guys, threatening to trespass me or get me for loitering.
You keep
buying
using that
stamps.
word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Following
No
rules and
shit,
regulations.
Chris.
Poster 7.
The cop is fully cooperating with everything this guy
They don't
asked him
serve
for.
we the people.
Yep.
They serve the state.
Freedom fighters.
Okay.
If you like this
Drink.
First Amendment audit in Toledo, Ohio at the Reynolds Corner Station, United States Post Office, like and share this video. Subscribe.
All right, let's gong this video out. It's basically shilling.
Whoa. Yeah. Okay, hold on a minute. That was a First Amendment audit? No. That was an idiot with a camera being chased out of a building. I mean, that's all that happened. Fuck.
All right, so let's say we spin the wheel another time, shall we?
Indeed.
Oh, that cop at the end was great. though. He was
I
so
had
calm.
a call.
I'm
Yeah,
glad,
Purple,
glad we had a chance on that one.
Purple, that cop's attitude was so good, eh? That was amazing.
Anyway, what I like is the fact that he keeps talking about how the police don't serve we the people, they serve the state. Okay, where do you think the fucking state comes from?
Yeah.
And more to the point, those were Toledo police officers, therefore they serve the city.
Not the
That is
state.
their jurisdiction.
Exactly.
That's what I was wondering. I was looking at the car and the writing on it, and I thought, Toledo isn't a state, though, is it? I mean, it's not my country, and I know this. Come on.
But this guy.
Well, I think that's semantics.
The guy's.
Yeah.
But it's semantics that they will argue on. That's the thing,
Right.
is that ever went into court, they would say, oh, this person was a city cop, he doesn't have the jurisdiction, and because they'd be totally ignorant of how that works.
Right. And he's talking about how he's going to trespass me or arrest me for trespassing or loitering. Yeah, because you've been asked to leave. That's trespassing if you go back in, and loitering is being there for no reason at all. That's not business. That's
don't
called
blame it on me.
loitering.
Shall we spin the wheel?
Oh,
Yes. Send
Wheel
us
of
off
mis-
there, NATO.
Wheel of misfortune. Turn, turn, turn. Show us the next stupid that we should burn. Spin it.
Hot tres.
I'm scared.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Oh, good grief.
Oh god.
Oh good grief!
Part trois.
I can't really read the text on the wheel here.
Monsters MGTOW.
This is MGTOW.
Oh god.
Men
no.
going their own way.
I'll be right back, guys.
Men
Oh, I
going
thought
their own way
MGTOW.
because they're moving.
Yeah, I thought it stood for men that haven't learned how to jerk off.
No, because that would put tornado in that category.
Hey!
Not really, but yeah.
That was too funny.
Oh, man.
Oh god.
No,
You ready
he's
for this?
actually he actually can, but
Mom NATO has just become the brainy beaver of this stream. I'm giving the award right now.
oh well, thank you. I'm feeling better. I haven't been to movie night for like 2 weeks, and there's been no Game of Fools, so I'm snarky tonight.
Well, Mom Nato knows why the socks are stiff when they go in the laundry.
Yes.
Oh god. Okay, I think we're all in the mood for MGTOW now.
Well, you asked for it.
RJ, welcome back.
Oh, hey,
RJ just joined us. RJ, welcome
Yeah,
back. How
I
are
got
you?
bumped there. Something gave a conniption fit and I got bumped. So
Oh
there we
well,
go.
you have missed part of one video that we actually gonged because it was so absolutely fucking terrible. And
Ooh, what was it about?
oh god,
It was
I don't
Phuket word.
Phuket word.
Giant
Oh. It was a fucking pile of shit. That's what it was about.
Okay.
It was those
Not
flight
just
path
standard
video.
garden variety of shit, but
Yes,
a really
yes.
big pile.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
the
Well, that's starting
it
off
was-
2021 with a bang.
Yeah,
it
we
was
brought the Shills gong out and we kicked that guy to the curb, man. The viewers really stepped up for us. It was awesome.
Yeah, and then the second video was stupid asshat going into the post office thinking he could film and get away with it.
Ooh.
He was quickly
Uh,
disabused of that notion.
Yeah. He got kicked out as soon as he went into the real part of the post office. And then he stood on the corner waiting for the cops to show up and he got a business card from the cop. And then he proceeded to call it a First Amendment audit. No, you just got slapped around like a fucking hockey puck is what happened. I mean, come on.
His dick was spapping in the wind.
It's
and not
nice to know
getting
that
it.
the guy posts the fact that he's a prick.
All right.
No, pricks are smarter than him. That's giving pricks
That's
a bad
true.
name.
I've never
Yeah,
seen
that-
MGTOW. Let's move on to the video.
I apologize here to all the pricks of the world.
Yeah.
Isn't MGTOW basically men's rights?
But I do have bad news, RJ. You joined just
Yeah.
as we start a MGTOW video.
Ooh. And I don't know MGTOW, so this is going to be interesting.
Yes,
Oh,
and
God.
I am snarky and vicious tonight. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is MGTOW basically men's rights?
No, it's angry men who think that the world is against them to keep them from having fun.
oh, shit.
As opposed to the real truth, which is the world is against them because they're stupid.
Yes,
Oh,
yes, yes.
In other words, they're the men that want to still be sucking on their mommy's breasts and diddling at the same time.
Yes.
Well,
Exactly.
it's just the
Well,
men that
that's
are
an image to
such
start off
obvious idiots.
2021 with, Mom NATO.
Yeah, really.
Cheesemondo, you got some housekeeping to do there, do you?
I do. We've had a super chat from Mr. Nielsen for 45 Donkey Kong dollars, who says, RJ, sanity arrives at last, solely needed with this punch in charge.
I used to like Morton Nielsen.
Busy day of tracking down stupid shit. relating to a bunch of creationists, and I got a nasty letter from Nephilim Free complaining about me keeping on bringing up therapsids, and so he decided to dump a pile of alleged evidence against it, which of course I'm going to be discussing in a future evolution hour and putting in the rocks were there too. So anyway, so I said, thank you, Nephi, for source trawling for me.
I never get invited to Evolution Hour.
Oh, well, golly gosh. I think
Tornado never gives me the links.
Yeah, well, Tornado was on once. It's a trickier operation with the new system. We barely managed with Jackson this week, and so the idea of having like oodles of people on is probably putting things in the face of the gods. I'm lucky if I can get one in.
I was just joking, RJ.
All right, enough stalling. You got to get to the MGTOW.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah, let's see this paragon of our phylum.
Oh, this is going to be horrific. Hold on to your ass hats, ladies and
Today's
gentlemen.
video was brought to you by a donation from Dennis. He didn't give you a specific topic, so I wanted to give men out there a warning about how women can turn you into a walking, talking zombie. Inside every single woman out there are hormones called copulins that are used to drug a man and control his mind. This isn't some sort of conspiracy theory, and when I first heard about this, it reminded me of the original film, Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Drink, 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 drink,
Thank you,
drink,
Mr.
drink,
Beethoven.
drink,
Don't go through the whole goddamn
drink, 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 drink.
We need
okay. This is, I mean, there's a serious problem right away because if you, I mean, what the, okay.
Copulins? Copulins?
That drug a man's mind?
And
that's not how biology works.
And turn
That's not how any of this works.
Gee,
not only that, I think he's got the reference to Invasion of the Body Snatchers wrong. There was no such thing in the original plot.
Okay.
We've gone full Scientology, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, if I could turn a man into a zombie just by wiggling my tits at him, I'd be rich.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be sitting here going, how am I going to pay the fucking dentist?
Hell, your tits would be patented.
More importantly,
because trust me, I got plenty of them.
If it didn't work, we wouldn't have OnlyFans.
Mom? Yeah, guys, trust me. This whole copulin thing, it's just total and utter bollocks. I mean, seriously, if the copulin thing, being able to drug a man's mind was real, my mother's son, would be drugged into, well, let's not go there.
Yeah, Tornado, you don't want to go there.
Yeah. No, Melania hasn't mastered it because if she had, she wouldn't have a prenuptial agreement.
You got to admit, though, that video
is
not going to make it as a good pickup line.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jenny Morgan.
Oh, hey, Jenny.
Hi, Jenny.
Hey, Jenny.
Glad you can make
Jenny.
it.
Welcome to 2021.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I think the whole the look of the stitched mouth says a lot about this guy's situation in life because I mean that's projection, right? I mean he's getting nothing. He's getting nothing.
Well, maybe he was frightened by a nightmare before Christmas, when he was in puberty.
Well, I've actually seen this picture before, this image. I don't remember where, but it is a part of a Halloween ad.
Also, I think...
And of course, it connects up with the Night of the Dead in Mexican traditions and all the rest. But it's still, holy smokes. Is this something he wants on his resume?
Seriously, though. The whole copulins thing. Sorry.
He has to have something on his resume because clearly he's not intelligent.
Yeah.
Either
Well, I'll
way,
wait for the musical.
the fact of the matter is, this copulin. Yeah, the fact of the matter is, this copulin thing doesn't work.
Copulence.
Yeah, the copulin thing.
Don't you think that would work well as a Bollywood
no.
musical?
Just no.
Maybe. Maybe.
Let's move on.
Why not? Blame it on the Indians.
Is somebody joining us, Cheesemondo?
Yeah.
You brought over a chair.
Oh no, that's for the cat.
Oh,
Well,
see,
well,
my
the
cat
cat
jumps
is
onto the back
there.
of my computer chair, so.
Cheesemondo has a cat that's like a badger. It's just this humongous piece of pussy. It's just,
You just wanted to say that word, didn't you?
yeah.
Also, Jenny Morgan, you're talking into a muted mic. We can't hear you.
Okay, I say we move on.
Yeah, is he a
Yeah.
man?
How long does this video run? He asked tremulously.
In the side chat, I think Woden Toad really summed it up there. Incels want a bobblehead nympho who will always agree with them, is independently wealthy, and will do nothing but worship them all day.
I almost thought you were going to go independent variable for a
That's an
second there.
interesting image.
Well, Orange, like I said, it's a bunch of daddies who want to still be sucking on mommy's tit and flapping at the same time.
Yeah. RJ, we did bring over the Shills gong vote. So we do have the viewers that can help save us if this turns to just be too stupid.
Yeah, can we
I think
just
we
move
are.
on? We're stalling.
Where this is going to go, but I mean, it can't be any
Yeah.
worse than that Valentine's frozen cum.
Oh yes,
Guys,
What did you?
please, let's move
Let's
on.
get, yeah, yeah.
Creatures,
We'll
where
discuss
aliens
it
come down from
afterward.
another planet and take humans and turn us into pod people. When I first heard about copulin hormones, I felt the same fear. And according to the article that I'm putting in the description called "The Vagina Produces a Thick Fluid Known as Copulin that has actual mind control effects on the male's brain. If a man is exposed to a woman's copulins over time..."
Oh my god.
oh my god!
I said we got to look at it as a comedy.
Yeah.
Jenny's like, what the fuck did I just walk into?
Haven't we watched this video before?
I do think so.
No,
This
I
is
can't say
very
I've ever
familiar.
seen anybody claim that vaginas have mind control. No, this is new.
Oh, I don't know. There was that one woman with the bed behind her doing the woo video talking about frozen semen. This is kind of similar.
No. That was about.
I think
this is about vaginas.
okay.
It's much.
This
think
was
I
like
remember
the new Nicolas Cage movie.
No, I
I'm
think
pretty
I
sure we
remember this.
I'm pretty sure we've seen this one before, but okay, go on.
Cheesemondo's got some housekeeping here.
We've just had a super chat from Mr. Neil. Let me just check. It is Mr. Nielsen. Mr. Nielsen for 45 Donkey Kong dollars. Too late for that. It was too stupid to begin with. And Stephen reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, man, MGTOW. You see, this is what fucking happens when your blow-up sex doll pops a leak and you're too stupid to know how to fix it.
And you didn't have any damn duct tape.
You start going the other way because Lord knows you ain't never gonna get a real woman.
Or he's too stupid to know how to go online and order a new one.
Moving on.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but the pussy made me do it.
I mean, geez, stick some Vaseline in his sock and it might work the same way.
Yeah, actually, I do have something to add. This guy literally just claimed that a woman's vagina has mind control powers.
Okay, if that were true, all vaginas would have teeth and we'd bite.
That is not how any of that works, you fucking shit. Biology does not work that way, and you do not understand fucking biology.
This guy is just upset
This poor
because
guy
his blow-up
tries
doll-
to stick a three-way plug into a USB port.
This guy
I
is
say-
upset.
What do you guys think? Should we open the Shills? Should we open a Shills? Oh, sorry, Purple. Go ahead.
He's just upset because his blow-up doll keeps outsmarting him.
Should we open a Shills gong vote on this?
He's upset. He's upset because his blow-up doll closed her legs and said, "Go the fuck away."
Yeah.
Moving.
Yeah, she
let's
deflated
watch
on
more.
purpose.
Let's watch more. I want to see if this video actually jogs my memory.
Oh God!
Okay, one sec. Let's let Cheesemondo get the super chat.
You think it's going to remind you of the Cobra?
No. Punching the cobra is more intelligent.
No, I think I've watched. I think Movie Night has seen this video before. I can't remember, but I think we've watched this before.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Let's see what if I.
Hold on. No, hold on. No. We got a super chat. Hold on. We got a super chat with Cheese.
Before we do, Global thank you very much for $5. Global says, for F's sake, men making up crap because they can't get women to sleep with them without paying for it. That's MGTOW. Thank you, Global.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nailed
Somebody
it.
called and
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't sleep with this guy if he had $2 million.
Headache.
Yeah, just because they're such obvious assholes that women can see it from 20 feet away.
Exactly.
Anyways, before you guys carry on, I gotta head out. I gotta go see my
Bye,
brother.
Steve.
for
Bye,
beers.
Steamy.
Bye, Steamer.
Guys, and
Yeah,
I'll catch
thanks
you
for
again
sitting
later.
with us.
Happy New
Take
Year.
it easy, brother.
Put your cup
Be
of
safe.
raisin in the microwave to keep it warm.
Yeah, be safe. Hope your be safe. Hope your family's safe. Stay healthy. Wear your mask.
Absolutely. Good night, guys. Or
No,
Take care, buddy.
Guys, dealing.
All right, let's let this fucking idiot continue, shall we?
She will be able to,
I wanna
number
get to the
one,
science.
change, remove, or insert memories into the man's mind. Number two, tell the male what he sees, hears, feels, smells, and tastes. Number three,
Drink.
insert subconscious thoughts.
Isn't that what you call a simp?
We didn't even get 10 seconds.
I'm
The
sorry.
power of pussy. Wow.
He said that the vagina pussy talks
Fluids.
to the man. Hey, vagina down there, do you have a mouth to talk with? Do you have a tongue? Where have I been all this time?
This guy has been interpreting the Muppets way too literally.
A vagina is
RJ,
always happier
I was-
when it has a tongue.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I didn't know that Yoda's race was pussy because it sounds to me like pussy can do everything.
Yeah,
Okay.
really.
Brain part
our
goes
pussy-
backward in this one.
May the pussy be with you.
We're getting ones in the chat, guys. We're
I should
getting
be
ones
so
in
lucky.
the chat.
Now we know
bring a little bit of
Princess Leia was up to on the Death Star.
to drive
Can
a
we,
little bit of
uh,
personality to this. What the guy's talking about is pheromones. Pheromones, of course, are chemicals that animals seem to excrete that help with the attraction of, say, a couple of moths from miles away or a couple of dogs from down the block or something like that. Humans do produce them, but the amount of effect they have on us, because we're a supposedly sophisticated creature, is way up for discussion, and they are not they are not attributed to any sort of mind control.
Yeah, really.
There's people who want to prove that they're aphrodisiacs and things like that. It's just not going to happen because it's just not true.
Is pheromones what Ramesses II first wife said?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to get that little bit of history in there.
The female pheromones basically just advertise that the woman is in her fertile phase.
Yes.
Okay, Crypto, please
something that
stop.
actually does play a bigger role are MHC molecules.
We don't know about
sexual
about
attraction.
them.
Basically, if the major histocompatibility molecules are not matching up, no matter how good looking you are, you're not necessarily going to be sexually attractive to somebody else. And I think this applies to both men and women, for gay, straight.
I have something to add.
I agree, RJ.
I've been sitting here with my hand up, and I just
Oh, sorry, shit! It's not showing on my screen. Put it down and put it back up and see if it works again. There, NATO. Sorry.
I see his little hand there. It's a cute little white hand.
The hell?
Yeah, it's not showing on mine.
I can't lower it. What the fuck? Okay, anyway, my thing is, this guy has just said that the vagina's copulin fluid can add, remove, or change memories in a male's mind and can tell a male what he says, smells, hears, sees, thinks, tastes, and feels.
None of this is true.
Exactly.
If any of this were true, men would be walking around as zombies, and a woman would flick her finger and say, "Come over here, I need you now."
Yeah.
And they would have move a suitcase or something. Go back over there now.
That's what this guy is claiming, though. He's claiming that
Right.
they become zombies because of this.
I
And
don't
memories. This guy's
And if it
memories
was
are screwed
true-
up.
And if that were true, there would be a woman president. We would be running the country instead of the men.
Yeah.
Yep.
This
and we would
guy
do a better
Maybe
job.
Dr. Haggart was writing
Yep.
the book he instead of she.
Right.
This
And-
guy
and-
is just.
Yes, we get it.
Oh my
Tornadoes.
God.
Zip it.
It's proof that when you get really horny, it's proof that when you get really, really horny, your brain changes.
Yeah.
No doubt. Oh,
So do
man.
we have any independent evidence that the guy in this video has ever been laid?
No.
Yeah, I doubt that has ever happened. Chris has got his hand up.
Yeah. Let's see. I think Twitch has a term for this called simp.
That is it.
Yeah.
A simpering Nancy boy.
I
James
don't know if
Buchanan.
that's, but I've been hearing the term simp dealing with Twitch women a lot lately from other channels and stuff like that. So it sounds exactly what this guy's talking about. I say we move on here. We keep it going.
I want to get to the science.
That will surface as his own ideas or behaviors later. And finally, number 4, plant trigger words or actions that can cause thoughts, actions, or sensations in the male at later dates, i.e. weeks, days, or even months. That's what the...
Okay. Let's
Well,
just
we
ignore
got
the
a
drink
long
calls.
way on that one, didn't we?
Tornado, we get it. We get it. Asked, answered, talked about, done. Shush.
Yeah. I know. Just
hold your
As Sean would say, he's making stuff up and he's blowing shit out his ass again.
Yeah, Mom,
Yeah.
NATO, exert your tit power.
Tickle, tickle, wiggle, wiggle.
I can't.
This is-
it doesn't work.
That's attractive.
I need tassels so I can shake them and swirl them around.
Well, this
That looks like a scene out of a David Lynch movie.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that this guy on a personal level looks like a monkey's ass that's been infected with something horrible and needs fixing, because nobody could be this unbelievably it's all your fault that I'm a loser without being Igor,
President of the
right?
United States.
Yeah.
Extreme vitamin D deficiency. He has not seen the light of day, I don't think.
Can we move on, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, I actually have a theory about this. He has been rejected by every woman he's approached because what he wants is to be able to say, my wife, my woman, my bitch, whatever, my hoe, does everything I want her to do, and I don't have to be responsible. She's in my life, and I make her do what I want. And because he doesn't have that, he has to sit there and blame everything that goes wrong in his life on a woman, because he can't take responsibility for his own actions and for his own failures. And it's that simple.
I think his problem is he hasn't learned to be quiet long enough for a woman to get undressed, so they always walk out.
His
I
attention
don't
span
think you're
lapses
that
at
far
the
off
boy.
on that one.
I would have to agree, Purple.
Too funny. Well, sounds like it's time.
I'm going to hit the play button.
Putting pretty images up. Graphically, it's nice. He's stealing them from somebody else, but at least he has a nice sense of the visual for the stupid.
I'm going to hit the play button, but I'm also going to veto any drink calls for the next 60 seconds.
The article has to say, and it's kind of scary. So at this point, you're asking yourself, how do I protect myself from a woman that's trying to do this to me? And the easiest way to do this is to wear a condom. If you wear a condom, then the copulin hormone won't enter your penis and start to influence you fully. And I say fully because simply being around women, they're releasing these hormones into the air all the time. Apparently they smell like butter, which is the smell I've noticed whenever I'm in a place where I notice girls walking around in their mid to late teenage years. And I'm guessing that those are the years when they release the most of these hormones when they're approaching their peak fertility. And I believe that it's quite likely that most white knights and manginas have sniffed and been exposed to a little bit too many of these copulin hormones, and thus they can't control themselves and can't behave. They could be under a form of feminine mind control and completely unaware of it. This is something that I've been increasingly aware of over the last few years. That simply being in the physical presence of an attractive woman starts me to alter my behavior, and it goes beyond social and mental conditioning. Almost as if I've started to go into autopilot, and I'm looking after their needs. But besides just sniffing copulins in tiny amounts that are in the air all around us, there's a more powerful delivery system for them that you probably aren't aware of. Apparently the female genitals squirt fluid into the male member, and that's how you get STDs. But that's also how the copulins get inside you as a man, and how the female version of the Jedi mind trick works. On the other side of the coin, if a woman swallows sperm, it actually cures morning sickness. So more pregnant women might actually think about spending more quality time with their men. And semen entering a woman's body in any way supposedly boosts serotonin levels and acts as an antidepressant. Even sperm act like a utility for women. Women get the Jedi mind control vagina, and men get simp sperm. How's that for ironic? Now I'm going to read to you how exactly the vagina monster is unleashed to control your mind through something called coupling. So here goes. Through the process of coupling, a female and male will lay relatively still.
Jeez. Oh my god.
Okay.
Hold on here. We got a lot of hands. Hold on. We got a lot of hands. So we got to start with purple rhymes with orange.
Well, he starts out with saying that a man can protect himself by wearing a condom, and then he winds up going into this whole spiel about it being airborne. So how does wearing a condom prevent you from inhaling it?
You put it on your nose.
That's exactly right.
Jenny Morgan.
Tornado is dying.
I just wanted to thank him that I appreciate his insights because butter sounds a whole lot better than fish.
Oh God. Okay. RJ.
Oh, good. I couldn't see whether it raised up or not. Is this guy trying to describe a vagina slushy?
Oh
my God. Okay. Oh, Chris is up.
I remember the show. I think it was on Comedy Central where they had the people who were in the house and they had to have sex or something like that, and the princess of the group had a vagina monster, and that every time he says that, that's what I think of is this big hairy thing with teeth, and that was installed by her parents so that she wouldn't have sex.
Oh my God. This is just too funny. Let's see here. Mom NATO. Oh, Mom NATO.
Mom NATO was never heard from again.
Yeah, I think she died laughing. Yeah, she's dead. Tornado, are you there?
Maybe the guy was frightened by Georgia when he was a kid.
She was losing control of her vagina.
What I like is he went from the fluid squirts in to wearing a condom protects you to Star Wars references, and then how he gets to women drink sperm, and even that is I can't. Oh my god!
It cures morning sickness.
Yes, it cures morning sickness, and it's a utility for women. Oh my god! I can't decide.
Morning sickness, but only if you're on daylight savings.
He called it what?
Sip juice.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I can't decide if this guy is an Nancy boy or and serious, or if he's just a fucking lunatic that needs to be castrated because he should never reproduce.
Yeah,
His
he had his
stupid
tongue ripped
statue.
out too, so he can't spread this moronic crap.
Yeah. Oh my god.
No, I think
Okay,
as long
tornado.
as he's talking, that will prevent him from reproducing.
We can only hope.
Tornado.
You're muted.
Yeah, I've got a question. How do we go from what could best be described as a man wearing a condom will be protected from copulin hormones, but he won't because he's inhaling them, to a female can transmit STDs to the man she's scootily pooping with by squirting fluids into his member? How the fuck did we get from condoms can protect you against copulins to condoms can't protect you from STDs because the female squirts fluids into the man?
You want to really know how? You want to know how that happens? It's called magical. It's called magical thinking.
Yeah. I'm blaming 5G. I'm going to blame 5G. But Cheese Mondo's been waiting forever to get a super chat in.
Oh my god, scootily pooping.
I'm tempted to put scootily pooping on the screen as a hashtag. That's the funniest thing I've heard all.
Why not? He came up with punching the cobra, so now he's got
we got him at trending. That's a new word. We got to go with that.
Yeah, I think Tornado's just won 2021 without trying.
Yeah.
We did have a super chat from Mr. Nielsen for 45. I can't even talk. 45, a Danish Corona, who simply said, "Drink."
He was just trying every trick he had to make that fucking idiot shut up. Good on you, mate.
Is it possible that this guy actually was the one person who did drink jelly juice?
I think so. Oh my god!
because it was her copulin hormones that told me to do it.
Oh shit!
I'm sorry for muting myself.
What do you guys think? Should we open the voting for a gong and let them play a bit more?
Because I'm having a ball listening to this guy.
Hysterical.
Okay, so we'll do a no gong video and get through it.
Oh my god!
Jeez, how long is this video?
It's only about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Another minute of no drink.
5 minutes in, or
Yeah, one more minute of no drinks. Because that's just going to kill us if we keep doing drinks. We miss all the humor of it.
I think, judging by the look of the girl on the screen right now, that she would be very effective at a bris.
This guy could make money as a comedian. Because
that she's carrying.
Mondo, your hands.
Looks like an escort service from Moscow.
Oh, two more super chats.
Yeah, we better get cheese in.
Hey, wait a minute. That zombie that is on the screen right now?
Yeah.
I think that's our own Vishanti. She has done zombie parts in Hollywood. I think that's her. Somebody do a screen dump.
While we're doing that, we've had two super chats in. One from Jenny Morgan, thank you very much, for $4.99. Schooly pooping rules. And Mr. Nielsen again for 45 Donkey Kong dollars. Hashtag don't drink the jelly juice. Really don't.
Yeah.
Scoodly.
That is sage advice for any year.
This channel is brought to you tonight by Mr. Nielsen.
Can we move on, please?
Scoodly poop.
All right. Let's see what MGTOW has to teach us next.
Scoodly pooping.
I'm going to enforce another 60-second veto on drink as well.
Without having sex with the penis inside the vagina. The process may take up to 15 minutes and work faster and more efficiently when the female is on top of the male. And during this period, the vagina injects up to half a cup, or 100 milliliters of the copulin fluid, into the urethral opening of the tip of the penis, which is chemically attracted to semen, and will follow the semen down the shaft directly into the testicles. After 15 minutes of coupling, the copulins will have entered the bloodstream and travel through his testicles up into his hypothalamus, a section of the brain that controls hormones, causing the male to be completely influenced by the needs and suggestions of the female. So let me warn all of you guys listening out there. Don't enter a woman's vagina and overstay your welcome, because if you do, then you might actually have to deal with your own version of the invasion of the penis snatchers. And the article goes on to say this. Some women report having conflicting issues of morality concerning coupling, as well as the effects of copulins producing a false sense of happiness in the male. And others more boldly state that they see no problem with coupling and have coupled with their husbands while they were asleep. This is usually done in the morning when the male is naturally erect from a relaxing night of sleep. And women have given testimonies about the influence of coupling and what effect it's had on their husbands. For example, they routinely do all the housework and are far more eager to spend time with the children. So besides the possibility of turning men into zombies, it also turns them into beta males. But I want to warn you guys out there not to talk to women about coupling. In fact, I'm even scared to bring this topic up because there are women listening to this right now, and some of them are probably thinking to themselves, "Thank you, Sandman, for teaching us how to control our men." The more time a man spends with a woman and has sex with her, the more his brain will be turned into putty in her hands. And I'm not just talking about when a woman supposedly couples with a man by sitting on his penis. According to the article, over time, the presence of a woman's distinctive copulins and hormonal sense becomes addictive to the male, which is why a young emperor or prince is often given a large number of...
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
God, that's stupid. It hurts.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
We've got a few hands to go through here. So Cheese has got a few super chats to do, and then we'll get into our list.
I covered all the super chats, Dick.
Oh, your hand's up, so I called you first. Mom NATO, you're up then.
The fact that he thinks that a woman sitting on a man's dick injects half a cup, up to 100 milliliters of fluid into his urethral opening, and then it flows down into his testicles. If that were true, the man would no longer be forming testosterone, so he would no longer be erect. Therefore, there would be no reason for him to be inside a woman. And to think that this goes up into the part of the brain that controls his thoughts and hormones, wow, that's a leap of...
Anatomy doesn't work this way.
Yeah, exactly. Anatomy doesn't work that way. And frankly, having been married, know for a fact that having sex with a guy does not make him more willing to do chores and housework.
No, it's called passing out.
Yeah, really. And a woman is not going to be able to get on top of her significant other, quote unquote, in the morning without him fucking knowing, because when you fuck, you jostle the body. Good fucking God. If you don't, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Oh, nice. RJ.
Yeah, I was just thinking what a barrel of laughs this guy must be at Thanksgiving, you know, when he shows up there and everyone's saying, listen, when your cousin comes over to talk to you, just smile and back away very gently. Don't engage.
Yeah, his computer's like a wild animal. It might be catching.
Yeah, the misuse of cranberry sauce in his world must be atrocious. Chris.
Yeah. Well, don't get him going on the horseradish.
The only thing I can think of is that this guy is actually a pole, and he's doing this for the laughs, and he's making me laugh silly. I mean, it's great. I don't think he believes any of this, and I just can't figure out the selection of the pictures that he had, because none of this is something I want to deal with even on Halloween, as far as the makeup and stuff like that. But
I had the same thought, Chris. The writing, the pacing, the dialogue is very funny. It's almost like it's done on purpose. Exactly.
Yes.
I totally thought that too. Tornado.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, dude.
I've got the perfect sound effect to sum this whole thing up, like right now.
Oh boy.
Well, we're out of hands, so if everybody's happy,
let's move on.
For females that he could rotate between, never allowing himself to become addicted or under the spell of any one woman's copulins. So there you have it, folks. People have known about these types of hormones for many centuries. Obviously, they didn't know about the science behind them and how it works, but they knew something was going on. In my own life, I've rarely had sex without condoms, even in long-term relationships. And I'm sure that to some extent it protected me from the copulins, but most of my partners basically wanted me not to use condoms. And I've also fallen asleep during sex many times, and I'm glad that I was wearing a condom, because if I hadn't, who knows if I had actually coupled with her and woken up with the urge to become a permanent mangina. And none of my friends have coupled with their partners or wives either, as far as I know, so the second link in the description actually describes one guy's experience of coupling and his thoughts about it. So let me read this to you as well. And remember that the rest of his comments are in the second link in the description. So let me read that as well, and remember that most of his comments are in the second link in the description, but let me read the most important part. He says, I did this one time with my girlfriend, and she literally looked like a different person to me all night. It's very difficult to describe what happens or how you experience it, probably because I only did it once and didn't really understand it. It was an intense experience, though to the point where I actually want to do it again, but won't do it with the wrong girl. Sometimes I wonder if it wasn't a mistake, because I felt incredibly tied to her afterwards, perhaps prematurely. It took me a long time to get over her, and I wonder if that didn't actually create a chemical bond that made me too attached. Then again, she was also 5'2" and Italian and looked like my mother. So who knows why you ever feel the way that you do. Anyway, there's a bunch of information on the internet postulating what happens to copulin overload in the male system, what it does to your mood, your brain, your behavior, whatever. Theories range from high-level oxytocin release, facilitating strong bonding, to legitimate mind control, the wingnut side of the spectrum. And I'm not too sure about any of that, but it's very interesting to learn more. So that's what the user known as Zorba had to say about his experience. And he certainly didn't describe the mind control effects, but then again, the woman that he was with didn't seem to do this to him. Scientifically speaking, though, when a man gets a sniff of copulins, it does actually increase his testosterone and increases the pleasure sensations in his brain. And the rise in testosterone means that his fear level drops, probably making him more likely to ask a girl out. And the third link that I'm adding in the description goes on to say even more about copulins. The link is to a video called The Science of Sex Appeal, Female Copulins. And in the video, researchers exposed men to small amounts of copulins and then showed them pictures of women on a computer screen. The men that hadn't smelled the hormone were able to tell which women were attractive and which ones weren't simply by looking at the photograph. But the men that were exposed to copulins saw all of the women as equally attractive. I don't know for sure about the copulins causing mind control in men.
I think.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Jenny. Go.
I think what he's just illustrating there was what's going on in a bar as it approaches closing time. That they must fumigate the bar with the copulent, and that's why all the men think that all the women are more attractive at closing time than earlier in the evening.
Well, I noticed.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying anything to that, huh?
Yeah. I noticed that he also thought that sex only takes 15 minutes. I meant to mention that earlier. That
his sex only takes 15.
Yeah, his sex only takes 15 minutes because women find out just how stupid he is and are like, "Get the fuck off me." But I just find, okay, the men who smelled the copulins thought every woman was attractive. Okay, maybe those guys are just intelligent and see something more than physical beauty and it attracts them. It has nothing to do with smelling pheromones. And the men who didn't think all of them were attractive were the people who are materialistic and fuck nuggets.
Yeah, I like
thinking,
that one.
I'm thinking this guy's sex is not her saying, get off me. It's more like her saying, I'm getting off of you.
Yeah.
Well, and I was right.
Hold on. You mentioned the 15 minutes it takes him to have sex. That's including the 13 minutes it takes to find the video. So let's just nail that down, right?
Well, and he also said that the one guy made the comment that the woman was short, Italian, and looked like his mother. I was right.
Yeah.
Video. It's mama's boys wanting to suck on their mama's tit and fat.
That almost killed me. Looked like my mother. I did that. That was it. That was all I could take.
Yeah, I think this video's over. Let's just gong the shit out of it.
No, it's almost over anyway. Let it finish playing.
Well, geez, didn't you have your hand up there?
I did. I was going to say 15 minutes of sex, maybe, but that's probably 14 minutes and 40 seconds of begging first.
Yeah.
Down on his hands and knees and offering to get her off.
A good top will make somebody beg that long before.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's look to the viewers. Put a 1 in the chat if you want us to gong it. Put a 2 in the chat if you want to keep hearing this. There's a lot of humor here. I mean, it has a lot to offer. I mean, not educationally, of course. I mean, but for the love of God, this guy's.
Chris Telling says 2.
How did evolution create somebody like this? I mean, how did this happen?
An absence of dangerous wild carnivores.
Well,
when
another person really a lot.
We have two 1s, or we have 2 2s and 4 1s and 1 2. We have 3 2s, 4 1s so far.
It's also not letting the stupid kids fall off the edge of the cliff.
Yeah, society is preventing the weeding process.
Currently, we're tied up for gong or not gong, and Surf says 7.
That's an odd number. So is 1. So
in the side chat, only Jim and Truce put that it was his flashlight he had to beg.
Runtime error 202 out of range.
Oh, let's just play it.
There, right?
Yeah, just finish it.
But anything's possible. But at the same time, I don't think too much research has been done on the effects of this fluid on a man's mind once it enters his body, or even if it enters his body at all. But simply the smell of copulins shows that they work, sort of like a love potion or fragrance. Once a man smells them in the air, he sort of gets beer goggles. Every woman starts to look good to him, and testosterone reduces a man's ability to think clearly as he normally would. This is interesting because some research suggests that men in relationships see their testosterone level drop, but if a man is constantly exposed to women's copulins, then that would actually raise his testosterone. How can both of these things be true? That's what I'm wondering. But ironically, men also release a hormone into the air called aldosterone, and what it does is repel all women from a man that aren't ovulating. So getting rejected as a male by a woman is normal if they aren't ovulating. That means that a man smells better to a woman when she's in the middle of her cycle, and smells bad to her if she's actually having her period. So this would explain why men keep getting rejected over and over again, and letting it roll off our backs. Because playing the numbers game and asking a woman out 1 week, she might actually go home with us, and the following week she might actually think you're a creep and pour a drink in your face. Copulins would also explain the phenomenon of the fat and unattractive women hanging out with the more attractive ones, because the copulins in the air make all the women just as good looking to the eye of the male. My comments in the first half of this video might actually be crazy and inaccurate, but I also thought that they were very important to bring up. And if I hadn't found them in the first place, then I wouldn't have learned about how copulins trick the male mind into thinking that unattractive women are actually attractive. So if a woman is ovulating, she's releasing more of these hormones into the air, which means that she appears more attractive 1 week versus the next. And that, folks, is true tested science. I think that if I was a woman and wanted to attract the largest number of men, I would try and get...
That's Mom NATO. I would like to know what he considers an attractive woman. I'm betting it's some sort of supermodel figure, and he's constantly trying to find that and the women he finds don't match his ideal of beauty, so he doesn't go after them, and the few that do look at him and go, fuck no, you're a loser.
His ideal looks like mommy.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, we got some hands up, so we better get to purple rhymes with orange here.
Yeah, he's claiming that women just aren't interested in sex when they're not ovulating. So wouldn't that mean that any woman is only interested in sex roughly 1 week out of the month? And yeah, from my experience, no, that's way off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Most women don't want to be touched during their period. Not all. Some people like it, and that's nuts, but okay.
Yeah, it's not maybe the most common. We got RJ up.
Yeah, I just have a little question here regarding this video. You know, since he brings up this implication that there's a lot of science on this, and I'm edging out on a limb here in speculating that maybe there was not a listing of technical papers in the description to that video.
No.
If you can do a Google search on copulin, you'll find something.
Yeah, I was just doing some searching on that, and it doesn't look like there's like any science behind it.
No.
I'm so sorry, RJ, that you keep looking for science and you just seem to be looking.
I just have my hopes. I have my hopes up. I'm just a little person here that just wants
RJ.
to have my technical science papers to get my little fix, and these cheats keep on putting up crap and not putting up their technical sessions and making me all pissed.
Oh,
Reality and MGTOW go together like flat Earth and NASA, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah. My scientific papers are sitting in the other room. It's called Tornado. That's the only science experiment I ever did.
Hey!
Oh. It turned out well, but
I mean, hey. No, if I get a chance to jump in here, I'll take my hand down.
Go for it, Chris.
I don't know why he's putting up these pictures of these women, because if he thinks that that's attractive, he has a lot more problems than copulence.
no, he's trying to illustrate the zombie effect that women's copulin.
And they're supposed to be the zombies, not the women.
Yeah, well,
the only thing I can think of is that it's like they live where he's trying to take the glasses off or put the glasses on so you can see what really they look like. I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe he picked each one individually because he thinks they're hot.
Maybe.
I think he's watching Batman movies and jacking off to the Joker.
Yeah.
Oh, purple. That was awesome.
Or maybe Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad.
Oh, yeah, there's another movie I'm not seeing. Anyway, shall we move on? We might be getting close to the end of this.
God, I hope so.
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
Get my hands on as many of these artificial copulins
Oh,
because
I
they would
hope
act as
so.
an aphrodisiac for men. And if I was a man playing the field, then I'd want to put on a fragrance to mask my aldosterone so that women that were not fertile wouldn't be repulsed by me. Anyways, what do you guys think? I'd love it if someone could actually find some good research on how copulins affect the male mind and if they truly turn us into manginas. Anyways, that's all I've got to say for today. I'd like to thank Dennis for his donation once again. And as for everyone else out there,
Manginas. Okay. Wow.
This guy sounds wonderful.
Yeah, he sounds like the perfect paint gun target.
I just want to close from one comment. I don't care, Eurus, you can talk forever if you want. Just a simple lesson to make sure everybody walks away hearing. There's no such thing as an aphrodisiac. There never has been anything as an aphrodisiac. There likely will never be anything that is an aphrodisiac. It's a piece of mythology. There just isn't any. The biggest aphrodisiac that may exist is
It's
the
in your
one
own
between your
mind.
ears.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I mean, if you have something that's having the pseudo effect, it's still effective at that point. You know.
No, there are no chemicals. There are no preparations that are an aphrodisiac. Period. They doesn't exist.
Agreed. But what I'm saying is, if the placebo effect is still having an effect on a person where they think it's doing them some advantage to sex or whatever, it's still an effect. It's just not anything based in any kind of actual honest good
Reality.
science. Yeah.
Well, I see all these articles that are supposedly aimed at women about how to turn your man on. And really, you know what it takes? Show up.
Not shooting
not complicated.
population into their penis?
Yeah. No, most men just, the opportunity to have sex is about all it takes to turn them on.
Yep.
Look at Cheesemoto.
As always, purple words it perfectly. Just show up.
Yep. Pretty much.
Well,
Anything
folks,
else
what do you
you
want to do?
watch?
Should we get the wheel back up and see what's going?
Sure.
Sure, give it another spin.
Oh my goodness.
You haven't run out of this.
We're doing a marathon tonight. Yay!
Yeah.
Well, it is the new year. We got to ring it in right.
Well, Jess isn't here. There's no bedtime limit.
Yeah, really.
Well, it's also Friday night, so does anyone have to work in the morning?
No.
It's always Friday night. It's Friday night movie night.
Yeah, we still got.
Yeah, but
53
Jess usually
hours.
has to work in the morning.
Yeah, I know. I'm just teasing.
Do we have a tornado for the needed introduction to the wheel?
Tornado. Hold on a second.
Oh, sorry. I was listening to some music.
I was about to mute my mic.
I'm
and
not
yell
listening.
for
I'm
you.
not watching the show.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
He never does.
What's going on?
Oh
God, what's my line?
Do the incantation, please.
Oh, Wheel of Misfortune. Turn, turn, turn. Show us the stupid that we should burn. Spin it!
Part quad. Which is not to be mistaken for parkour.
I do believe that says Chinese lunar lander.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Here's another.
Okay,
here's
that
another
sounds
real fun guy.
Oh my. I'm debating if I want some more sparkling blush cider.
Okay, is this guy going to claim that the lunar lander is actually a Chinese toy, that this was all filmed on a desktop?
This guy is going to claim that everything is the way he says it is because he says it is.
Yes.
Look at this ridiculous.
You'll
it's
see.
ridiculous. It can't happen. It's ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry. That's JM Truth. Ridiculous.
Well, should we give this a go and see what happens?
Oh
Sure.
yeah.
Dick is AFK. I don't know where he went.
He'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Ah, okay.
It means that I'm in charge.
It's lonely when you're.
It's lonely to be back in 20 minutes.
It's lonely when you don't have your dick.
Shall we start the video?
Oh,
Yep.
Lordy Jenny.
On that note,
Why, hello there, friends. Today we're going to talk about this China successfully launches rover to the moon news story. Take a look at this.
Time now to hear about everything out of this world. Joining me live is cosmologist and astrophysicist Brad Tucker. Brad, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks.
Now listen, no disrespect to Brad Tucker. He seems like a nice guy. If I was at a bar one day and he was alone, wanted a beer, I'd grab a beer with him. He seems like a nice dude. So nothing I'm about to say is a criticism of this Brad Tucker guy. He seems like a nice guy.
For having me.
Brad, firstly, China, they launched the next rover to the moon on Tuesday.
China launched the next rover to the moon on Tuesday.
Pretty exciting things will come out of it. They'll
Oh, it's super exciting, guys.
take some samples and take them back to the
Get some samples from the moon, guys.
Earth, right?
That's right. They
drink.
had a very successful launch Tuesday morning, and it.
By the way, this Brad Tucker is meant to be.
Yeah. Is he playing the part of Sigourney Weaver in
Galaxy Quest?
Galaxy Quest.
And repeating the what the computer says? You know, I have one job and I'm going to damn well do it.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Okay, so he doesn't have any facts to present. He's just repeating what's being on the TV and
so far, Sigourney's a lot hotter.
Well, then this guy, I would assume so. Yes, I mean the news that day. But anyhow, I'm done.
Yeah.
Shall we carry on?
Some kind of astrophysicist, guys.
It's just arriving anytime the next kind of 10 hours or so, and they'll spend 13 days on the surface. They'll drill down about 2 meters down.
Now, by the way, you do understand these rockets, these are all giant props. You do understand that.
Down into the ground.
Which is why they show you a
There
few
it goes,
seconds
Drake.
clips. They don't show you the whole.
Yeah, they're all props. Mm-hmm.
He does realize that he could have claimed CGI on that last shot.
Oh,
actually,
he'll get to that.
Yeah, he will. The CGI is going to be when they're on the moon doing stuff. Don't you know? And we can sit
I'm just
here
saying
and go.
the stuff that was actually computer animation, they could have claimed CGI, and they would have actually had a true identification on that one.
Yeah, and then we could go. Yeah, you betcha.
Now, of course, this man is sitting here claiming that the rocket is a prop. Oh, gee, I didn't know props could emit massive amounts of flame and rise at the same rate a real rocket of that particular mass would.
No, but it turns horizontal and it goes off and falls in the ocean.
Yes. Unless, of
move
course,
on.
you're the new SpaceX rockets, which come back to Earth.
Let's carry on.
You know, you do get to see the footage towards the end of its trip. It's going horizontal because it's doing a parabola into the ocean.
So this is a
You do understand this, right?
lot deeper than, say...
A parabola has no points of horizontal.
The stupid is strong with this one.
Yes, I called drink. I've played a lot of Kerbal Space Program. I know a lot about how rockets work. When you're going horizontal, the entire purpose of to go horizontal is so that you stay in space. It only looks like it's going into the ocean from your perspective. My God, you are an ignorant tool.
Don't yell. Don't yell.
Yeah,
That's
don't-
Mr. Ignorant Tool. Let's be polite.
RJ, your
JD,
hand's up.
you're up.
Oh, yes, my hand is up, yes.
Well, it's your turn.
Why does that satellite have flame
yeah,
in a vacuum?
Is it a little bit harsh of me to start off 2021 with my hope that all flurfers, NASA deniers, space skeptics be the first people that we send to Mars and we didn't ask their permission to do it?
No, it's
I'd
not
rather
meant
send
be
them
at
to
all. It's
Jupiter.
perfect.
Yeah, you sure you're not? Or how about let's go for the Uranus?
Ooh, what about Io?
Cheaper to send them. We wouldn't have to worry about including oxygen since they're already brain dead.
Oh,
Yeah, this is
now
true.
that's not necessarily a necessary piece of equipment for them.
That's
Let's
not
get
a
overly fussy
detraction.
here.
That's not
Yeah.
a detraction.
Or on the trip, the oxygen is optional at extra cost, and there will be a vending machine for them.
Mm.
Kind of like the President's crew from Spaceballs. You know, has
Yes.
the cans of air in his desk there.
I
But
like
the,
the idea of including a vending machine, and when they're in interplanetary space, they realize they don't have any quarters.
Or there's not enough electricity to run them.
Well, all the people who went on to Hale Bob Comet had a bunch of spare change, so maybe they can bum it for them.
Or they just don't work since they're gravity based.
Oh God, that actually was part of that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The Hale Bob Comet
Yeah,
people, they all had like
little
little
did they know the
quarters in their
space
pocket.
aliens had an exact change plane.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that I forget.
Chris is broken.
It was a Douglas Adams reference, and I don't remember what I was going to
What's
do.
in
with
that
Never
popcorn,
mind.
Chris?
Anyway, we got a super chat.
Yes,
From
we
Mr.
do. It's
Nielsen.
from
How surprising.
Mr. Nielsen again. Thank you so much. Just trying to find it. Oh, it says RJ. RJ is going for Uranus. Oh my giggity.
You realize how big a condom you need to put on the Enterprise?
Yeah. Okay. I just remembered what I was going to say. The Douglas Adams in one of the Hitchhiker's books. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Life, the Universe, and Everything. Where they're on a ship that a society put all the useless people on. Sanitizers and stuff like that. And that society died because they didn't have any sanitized phones. So, if we put the flurfers on the...
I don't think they did that in the movie version, but the TV version and the earlier ones had that in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it was in the novel.
The flurfers, if we put them on the spaceship, who knows what stupidity that we're going to kill ourselves with at that point,
Well, it's a risk I'm willing to take, Chris.
Let's move on with the video.
Super chat.
I think we already
We do
read
have a
that.
super chat.
I believe we read that one already. Yeah.
I think I read that one.
Oh, okay.
In that case, let's go on with the video.
I have no
why
idea
is
how
it-
much 45 Donkey Kong dollars is worth in actual money, but it seems that Mr. Nielsen is the biggest supporter of the channel.
We got another super chat though.
And there is
Mr.
another
Nelson's
super
one of the
chat.
greatest people in the scene.
Absolutely. $4.99 from Jenny Morgan, who says this guy does not realize that the satellites are all I can't even read. It keeps moving. Copulin powered, and so therefore men cannot remember how they work. Sorry, I messed up your super chat. Sorry, Jenny.
In space.
That's it. And well, through the satellites, then they're able to beam it down right into our cell phones, and that's how they control all the men on the planet.
Vaginas in space.
Oh, I love it.
Space China.
So that's
Play
why
the
Miss
movie.
Piggy was on the crew.
Play.
Yeah, you betcha.
Okay, here we
showing
go.
you CGI here, guys. Why is that? You know why.
Is it for Apollo or what the Russians, if they land on the
No,
moon?
we don't know
and then
why,
they
you
will-
idiot.
More why, guys? Why CGI? Explain to me why. Ooh, they've got the Chinese flag there, guys. Why? You know why.
turn those rocks back, hopefully about 2 kilograms worth,
I mean, this is embarrassing, guys.
and land back in China.
The thing is, and this is nothing against Brad Tucker. He seems like if you watch, I've seen this guy on this news stations. He's their go-to guy for these space hoax stories. So I've seen him several times. He seems like a nice guy. He seems to believe.
Tornado.
It's all space hoax stories, and this is all fake, and this is CGI, and he's brainwashed, and he's part of a conspiracy. Gong this video, damn it! Gong this video. I can't stand to see someone denigrate I can't stand to see someone denigrate science like this.
Well,
I'm gonna have somebody. I'm gonna have somebody make a gong and send it to Tornado just so he can hit it when he gets angry at a video.
Give it a gong from the old British Ewing Studios or whatever, where they had that great big giant thing.
This guy just does not understand the concept of using B-roll cuts for background image while you're having an interview. He just doesn't get it.
Give
Just an
him.
idiot.
Give Tornado 3 days. at most, and his new electric keyboard will be here, and he can make those sounds.
Cool.
Great. Then he'll start using them on
Tornado and
Game
an
of Pool.
electric keyboard. Is that against the Geneva Convention
That's right,
on NATO?
people. That's right, people. We still do Game of Fools on Saturday night.
Are we doing it tomorrow?
From
Today?
what I understand, that Shadow has gotten her laptop back, but I need confirmation on that before we say yay or nay. Anyway,
can we have a vote on the gong, please?
Oh, hold on, guys. Hold on. Purple's been waiting here. Purple's got his hand up. Been waiting.
And RJ had something to say to me.
Well, the guy's complaining about all this being CGI, but if they showed the actual lander, then he'd be claiming that obviously it's filmed on a set because who's holding the camera?
Right.
In other words, you can't please him one way or
win
the
with
other.
this person.
Yeah, one way or the other, he's just going to brush it aside as being fake. So
He's a whiny fuck.
Yeah, there's a saying: you can please some of the people all of the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time.
Moving on.
Yep.
Yeah, we had a super chat in there.
We have had a super from Globalmum for $5. Thank you, Globalmum. Globalmum says, now we know why the window of the ISS is called copula. It's actually a copulin, but NASA is trying to hide the fact that women rule the world.
That's amazing. Oh, well shouted, Clover Mom. That's a good one. Awesome.
We can link all these videos together somehow tonight.
Well, shall we dive in for a little bit more stupid?
Moving on.
All the videos together, frame by frame, you would have more information content than looking at any of them individually.
I want to get on
Mondo,
Bruce Lipton.
the movie night official expression for turning the video back on is moving on.
Got it. Moving on.
So nothing against the guy, but you do understand this, Mr. Astrophysics PhD. He's basically spent 3 years undergrad, maybe 2 years masters, 3 years PhD. He's spent 8 years basically studying Star Wars or Star Trek. He's basically a Star Trek major, a Star Trek PhD. You do understand that, right? So, like, all these people are like, oh, astrophysics, it sounds so sophisticated and complicated and educated. Yeah, it sounds that way. But what have they actually studied? Because these people come out the end of it believing this crap is real, okay? Again, no disrespect to this guy. I'm sure you'll never see this video. On the very off chance you see this video, no disrespect to the guy. But this is kind of embarrassing that you can go to university and do a PhD in Star Wars studies. That's all he's done, man.
Mid to late December. So a very successful, we hope, mission. And I would put them to be the third country.
Disrespect, you
to
are
actually
made
do
of
this land on the
disrespect.
moon.
How come they keep doing these jump shots from scene to scene, showing them put this rocket up and actually see the launch? Why, guys?
And return with rocks to the Earth.
B-roll.
And so with these rocks, what are they hoping to actually learn out of?
Yeah, so when they bring these rocks back, Brad, when they bring these rocks back from the moon, what are they hoping to achieve, Brad?
That.
Well, one of the big questions is, what is the ground like specifically? Water and ice content underneath the surface. We've seen it.
Yeah, so bring back rocks from the surface of the ice, and that'll tell us, is there water underneath the surface? Yeah?
A lot of recent times the discovery of ice, water ice, and even hints at...
See, look at how they change the angles here. You guys do understand, like, say with wrestling, professional wrestling.
They didn't say that they were going to bring rocks from under the ice to see if there's water under the ice. They said they're going to bring rocks back from the moon to see if there's water under the surface.
No, that particular rover is actually going to be drilling, or actually has. It's already returned to Earth.
Right.
But yeah, take core samples, which is a first. We've never gained any core samples from the moon. All of our knowledge of the moon geology is surface rock and powders and stuff.
Right.
Of course, this man is
going down, working in the moonlight, going down.
now. Of course,
good one.
I have something to add. This man, the man we're listening to, the stupid flat Earth idiot, is sitting there saying no disrespect to this man, and then goes on and completely disrespects him.
Good point.
We need to gong this video because I cannot listen to that man be so duper.
Come on,
Chris. Yeah,
they've said worse before, but
tough up
what I find is that his incredulity knows no bounds because when you go to study, they teach you how to study, how to research, how to interpret the information that is being given to you by your research. It's not, oh yeah, let's just tell them a bunch of facts and figures and they'll believe whatever they say. No, it's saying this is how you figure this stuff out. So don't come to me and saying that he's doing Star Trek studies. Star Trek probably has more science and, content in there than in your entire brain, young man.
Oh, there's more reality in the Heisenberg compensators for the transporters than there is in this entire moron's fucking life.
Thank you. I'm glad someone else references those as well as I do.
Hey, I got a question though.
No,
why aren't there
they're amazing.
Why aren't there any toilets on Star Wars or Star Trek?
Nobody shits on TV.
Okay,
Bridge and Starship Enterprise. It's right over by the turbo lift. It's right there at the plants.
Have you ever seen the designs and how there's like the bathrooms are like, the ship's massive and they're just right there in that little, can you imagine the fucking lineups?
Well, on Enterprise, they just transport the shit out of you.
Yeah. And especially during COVID with the 6 feet distances. Holy fuck. It would be a ring around the saucer section of people just trying to take a dump.
And the other question I have is, by that year, what is it, 2400, 2500 is the year for Star Trek?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. Have men learned to not piss on the toilet seat and floor?
Well, at that one though, Jenny, have women learned to actually check if the seat's down first?
Well, that happens sometimes at your own home. You learn to get up real fast.
That's a good one. Oh shit, that's cool. I don't like that.
I'm sure the computer scans the gender of the person entering and puts the seat up or down accordingly.
The Heisenberg uncertainty seat, it only somebody actually takes a dump.
Is it scanning phenotype or cultural impressions?
Actually, I think it's a rover seat. You don't know if it's up or down until you observe it. So
it's the Bones effect.
Toilet seat line.
Actually, you can solve the whole problem. Men just should learn to sit when they piss. That's all.
Funny. Okay, so obviously the movie, this video means nothing to us now.
Yeah,
it's not that long.
It's too wimpy for us. We're
how
way
long
ahead
is
of
this
it.
video, Cheese Mondo?
I don't know how long is left. Let me just see how long this.
It's quite short.
Is.
Whatever it is, it's too long.
It was a 15-minute video. I suspect we're only about 5 or 6 minutes in. So
a 15-minute or 50?
15.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we've only gone through about 1/3 of it.
Yeah.
That was a long third.
Well, let's just watch for a while then.
It would help
enjoy it.
Stopping and starting and stopping and starting on his own video.
Yeah. Well, I say Jenny called it. Let's play some more.
When old mate Hulk Hogan goes to smash, I don't know, Ric Flair, they change the camera angle just as he goes to hit him, right? It makes the whole thing more believable when you can't see the full shot.
Oh, right.
They do the same thing with... You guys don't understand this, yeah?
Liquid H2O water, embedded in the rocks, essentially.
More CGI, guys.
Now, just as you're at home, you
Look at these idiots.
dig 10, 20 centimeters underneath the
Ooh, guys pushing something on a trolley. It must be real.
ground, you may go from nice soil to really hard clay, or the composition changes. So by digging underneath the ground of the moon, even just a couple of meters,
If you dig a couple meters under the moon, you get to find out if there's ice there, and you can have a human base long term on the moon, guys.
you can see how dramatically
See, they changed the angles like I said.
Drink.
different is the surface.
I want to call out the heavy thump of him hitting the space bar to pause the video as he goes. There is some serious attitude, and this person is not quite right in the head. I would recommend medication at this point, and I'm thinking it should be in the form of 2 or 3 fat firecrackers in the side of your fucking ear, lit.
Lots of lithium.
Yeah.
Now, of course,
It's
Glover
either
Mom has
from the element or a worn out battery.
Glover Mom has said something.
Would that be lithium hydrochloride or lithium?
He's one of those cuts and edits, so it's people. You know, it's almost as if they use cuts and edits to make it more exciting, to make it more watchable, or as B-roll footage. Gee,
Chris, are you
it's
falling
not
asleep
a
on us?
fucking concept.
Yeah, I
just didn't want to have munching on my popcorn in your ears.
The whole thing with that B-roll there and the the satellite image or whatever. Yeah, there's some CGI there because they're going to show you how it's going to look, because let's face it, we don't have a camera system over near the moon to show you how the approach and everything's. Damn it, man, like, do I have to explain this to your punk ass?
Well, and especially we don't have video footage for an event that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
And the guy doesn't
That's another good
understand
point.
that cuts and transitions are the punctuation of visual media.
Right.
Jinzu says, firecrackers. I say we use full packages of C4. I like it. Cheese has had his hand up. Been waiting.
So there's a super chat from Mr. Nielsen for 45 Donkey Kong dollars, who says, all this stupid makes me miss Crazy Bird Lady. At least she was fun, winky face. But I'm with you, Dick. That hammering down of the spacebar to pause it, and his commentary is beginning to grate on me, because he doesn't bring any evidence. He's just like, that's fake. What are they doing?
It's the way I say it is because I say it is.
Yeah, this guy's going to be a full-on angry Daniel Pratt in just a couple of years here. Absolutely. RJ's got his hand up.
Yeah, to be fair, the spacebar action on his part may be the closest thing he gets to an orgasm.
RJ slams home again.
Or the closest
Or
the closest thing he can get to fapping. To get his
Of course, there is the other issue that basically we've already said everything that there is to say about this video.
Okay, so let's just watch the rest of it then.
Yeah, let it run one more time. We'll see if there's, I can almost sense a little bit of, we're kind of done here, but let's see one more try, right?
He's going to say something I kind of agree with.
Oh, interesting thought, Jenny. Let's see.
For some, say, 2 meters deep.
More CGI.
Do the rocks?
You guys do understand, by the way, that all of the people around you believe this stuff. They all fully believe it. That there's this magical place in the sky that the experts can go to.
Oh shit,
and
RJ.
they can just float around in perpetuity. Yeah, you understand that? All of the people around you believe that. Almost every single person around you has complete faith that this place exists. Right? You do understand that you are.
No matter what walls it slams into.
Tornado. We know.
All of these people have complete faith in this bullshit. He's basically equated science to a religion, false equivalence fallacy.
Yes,
I hate that equation where they do that. It's not belief when you know something to be true. I don't believe that my shoes fit me. I fucking know it.
And of course, this guy is going on about how everyone around you believes all of this. They have faith. It's so fucking stupid.
Super chat.
Now, when you have testable, repeatable evidence, you don't need faith.
Right.
Exactly, Purple. Well said. Cheese. Is Cheese around? Do we have a cheesy mondolicious-y guy?
Again?
No, I'm still here.
I think that's
we've
the
seen-
same.
Oh, we were worried for you, Cheese. Oh, you've been eaten by the cat.
That's the same super
All
chat.
right,
I think.
RJ, settle down.
Yeah, it's the same super chat.
Oh, okay.
It's the same super chat, but
Nerdy is reminding us the whole moon is made of cheese.
What kind? What
Cheddar.
flavor?
Well, that sounds good to me.
No, it's white.
It's got to be Swiss. That makes the
yeah,
craters, right?
Red.
I think it depends where you land, if it's a crater or a mountain.
A nice Havarti.
Ooh, I have a lovely Havarti in the fridge right now, and I just had one. I had a bagel with it all melted, and oh, it was so good. I loved it.
The idiot says something important. Arg, knowledge is a subset of belief. Belief does not imply without evidence or good reason. Saying it does is just as bad as saying evolution is just a theory.
Exactly. Oh, I hate that one, idiot. When they do that whole, they don't understand that, a cop can have a theory on what happened, but there's a scientific theory and they're actually a different usage of the same word. Oh, I get that one's
It's also
annoying.
good. It's also good when the naysayers say that line, because you can also present to the audience at that moment that using that line in that manner simply shows how little you know about science, how little you know about your subject, and the fact that you can't possibly argue a proper side to this discussion. Next, let's move on.
Wait a minute, are you saying that the English language
expert
can be
doesn't know
vague?
everything?
Yes, it can. Maybe.
What was that, Purple?
Are you saying the English language can be vague and a word can have more than one definition?
Yes.
Oh, God forbid, right?
So, I think.
Well, I think Jenny had it then. Should we move it along one more time?
Yes.
Moving on.
I read the red read.
Surrounded by complete
Change. Does the
no disrespect to them, I'm sure they're nice people, but they're morons, you understand?
water or ice content change? Those sorts of things, because it's
Oh, look at this nonsense. That camera there is probably a fake camera. It's like a prop camera. Oh, this is just ridiculous, man.
all about choosing the best
Ooh, the Chinese have finally got a man on them in 50 years. Like, it's kind of, they're kind of doing like a cheeky meta script here. Oh, the Chinese are catching up, guys. They're only 50 years behind us.
landing site for when humans go to the moon.
Drink.
China lately, you numbnuts?
No, they're you fuck nuts. You can't say that they're 50 years behind. They've gone to the moon, they've landed on the moon, and they have returned samples. No one has done that.
Nope.
The Chinese economy over the last while has been explosive to the point of insanity, where companies like Audi and Mercedes and cars and whatnot have been scrambling to make sure that their cars meet the standards to be sold in China. Why? Because it's massive. They have the cash to throw into this any given time. That is moronic to say. This is just tripe.
Yeah. And what's the bullshit about the fake camera?
Remember,
every
he is a
now
moron.
has a camera in his pocket, so why would their media not be able to afford a real camera?
Yeah. I think that's all there is to say about this video. Like, literally, that's everything to say about this video.
The Chinese economy is about to overtake the American economy and become this most powerful economy in the world. Yeah, probably in the next year or so.
That's why they did that whole, you know what, we're not into this recycling game anymore. We're done. Hand it to somebody else thing, right?
I don't know. They didn't read my memo.
Well, actually, most of the recycling game is because Americans are actually too lazy to properly sort shit, and they don't want to deal with the messy stuff.
It's not just Americans, Purple. I mean, even just in the townhouse complex that I'm a part of, we got bins and whatnot, and we have people that don't understand how humanity sucks.
But to be fair, if this filmmaker would have moved to China, he would be just as stupid there.
No, I don't think they would allow him to continue being stupid. They work with their people, so to speak.
Can we,
They'd either educate his ass or throw him in prison.
Can we
Both.
hold a vote on whether to gong this asshole now?
It's kind of both over there these days.
That's what I was thinking, RJ.
On whether or not to gong this asshole, because I think that's basically the entire video is nothing but this.
Moving on.
Yeah.
China, US, Russia.
Oh, they've got tears. They're so proud of themselves, guys. We finally got to the moon. Oh.
Private companies, everyone's going to want the best spot, so it has to be choosing the best composition of the ground that you'll land on.
我非常喜欢中国的女人，对不对？
Now, turning to planets, there might be
Ooh, let's turn to planets.
a whole new way to...
Don't you love how they do this too? Like, they've got the cute, or relatively cute, Inla girl. And let's be honest, the science nerd. They've done this before, not so much this one, but in previous ones. They make it seem like the girl is so into what he's saying. Not this particular one, but I can tell this guy Brad has been on several of these episodes, and they make it seem like the news girl is so into what he's saying, like, oh, tell me more. Like she's really getting turned on by what he's saying. It's
oh, fuck you!
Find them.
But nobody does. That's why he does the videos.
It's a what we call a failed star. So stars and planets. Yeah, brown dwarf. It sounds.
A brown dwarf, yeah, it's a failed star, yeah.
We don't always have the best names. And what it is.
Oh, I see she's laughing, giggling. Oh, tell me more. Plays with her hair. Tell me more.
It's a dwarf, but it's cool. It's cold. So like our sun, it's hot, has lots of heat, lots of light, very bright.
By the way, nothing against Brad. He seems like a nice guy. I'd have a beer with him. He seems like a cool dude.
And easy to see. Well,
but I wouldn't tell him what I'm telling you guys.
Guys,
and hopefully you would be respectful of his film as well. It's like if you met a guy who had a PhD in Star Wars, would you tell him, by the way, you know, Star Wars is fake?
Planets or stars that don't really kick on their own energy to create their what we
Are
call
we
their
really
nuclear
2.5
fusion,
minutes
so
through?
essentially shine.
What is this? You understand this is not real? Like, why are they showing? You know why they're showing this nonsense.
We call them failed stars. They fail in their attempt at becoming a star.
That implied bullshit right there. You know why. Come on. There was no way that was getting passed. I'm going to hand it to RJ here.
Yeah, you know, is this guy under the impression that we think that all of science merely involves watching Star Wars movies? I seem to recall they're like those little science technical journals written by people who actually have degrees, including ones that he disparages from his wherever basement in Australia. And does anyone know how many views that idiot's video had and how many likes and unlikes and all that?
Very small.
Oh, that's a nice thing to know.
About the size of his
I would be happy when such videos have negative viewership.
That was a good one,
Seriously though, I think this video is done.
Tornado hates this so bad. He's just all he says is, "This is done. Get rid of it."
It's got nothing. I'm willing to bet it's got nothing to do with. There's only 3 videos left, and he's chosen one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of it, but this smug attitude just pisses me off.
This is the way he is anytime he sees these things. He hates it.
Yeah.
He's not a nice guy.
No,
but he's not wrong either. That smug attitude gets really annoying, really fast.
He's also a
at the same
sexist
time.
asshole.
Yeah, I want to punch him
He's
just for calling her
seriously
girl all
sexist.
the time.
Yeah.
Well, that means like, oh, she's flirting with him and agreeing with him because she's horny, and she's laughing because she wants him. Oh my God.
Does he think that she wants to scootily poop with him or what?
Yes. Yes, he does. Apparently.
Oh, Chris.
It had to happen. Oh my God.
Had to have the hashtag in there somehow, right?
Yeah, there needs to be a line of plush toys on that.
That needs to be a T-shirt.
I posted the hashtag in there, and by the way, that's from SciShow.
That's the most unbelievably funny thing.
Cheese Mondo, I posted the actual spelling in there so you can fix it.
It's an internal chat.
Ah, okie doke.
The actual what?
I didn't realize there was an official way to spell it. But here we go.
Pooping.
Right.
There we go.
Well, there you go. Well, what do you think?
Keep playing.
Moving
Keep
on.
playing.
Moving on.
On with the stupid.
Oh, stars try to become stars. They use their gravity and pull in all this matter from around them, but they fail in their attempts to become stars, guys.
And that the result is what we call a brown.
You do know most of the people around you believe all of this, and they will always believe it. Like, do you understand how
Yeah,
moronic
quit saying it. Just
the people
go
around
on.
you really are? Do you understand that? This is me, your man, John LeBon, talking to you, like, personally, between you and me. Has it dawned on you how utterly moronic the people around you are? Has it dawned on you? Or are you still making excuses? Oh, GLB, they've just been brainwashed now. We're gonna wake
Oh,
up into... Shut
fuck
up!
you.
It has
Fuck
dawned on
you.
me how moronic the person I'm watching
Kind of
is.
like it's
Yeah,
bigger than a
I agree
planet,
with
a bit
RK on
smaller
that
than
one.
a star. It's somewhere in between. Now the problem with this is because they're brown, they're cold. They don't
Oh, they're brown, cold planets, guys.
really shine.
Yes, they are.
They're failed stars, guys.
We can't really see them.
I saw it on Star Wars, guys.
And so using a radio
I got a PhD
Shut
in this,
up.
guys.
telescope, actually they're able to pick these things up. And so this is kind of the interesting
Have you
thing.
watched
We don't know how many
The
they are. We don't know
Mandalorian?
when's
I
the
mean,
transition
they
between
don't do
being a
anything
big
with
planet and a
brown
small
planets.
star. So they represent a very interesting part into the way planets and
Probably
stars
not.
form. So if we can find more of them, it will be easier to understand that evolutionary process.
Their own story is that this process takes millions of years, by the way. So they're claiming that based on a few decades of observation, they can extrapolate from that and tell you what happens over. Like, it's just, guys. I'm
You're
embarrassed that I ever
ridiculous.
took this seriously, and I'm embarrassed.
It's the
that I ever
Russian
thought the
bitch
lemmings were
defense
anything more
right
than
there.
lemmings.
It's the Russian bitch defense.
And those of you who can't
Look
see
at
the
how
lemmings or
fake
lemmings,
this
I'm
is.
embarrassed
This
I
is
ever
just
thought you were more than a
ridiculous.
lemming. If you still think these people are thoughtful, creative, independent, critical thinking creatures,
Drink.
then you're a lemming, man. And I'm
That was a labored drink call.
Yeah. Who spewed that one? Who wanted it?
That was me.
Go ahead, RJ.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, space really big. Lots and lots of stars. So possible to view in telescopes from Earth. Lots and lots of brown dwarfs at all stages of their action. Therefore, using the spectroscopes, not a Star Wars video, they are able to ascertain knowledge about such things, even though fuckwits operating their YouTubes have absolutely no connection to any science. I speak slowly here so that fuckwit might be able to understand if he ever hears it.
I wouldn't insult folk with you know.
I'm sorry. I apologize to all the fuckwits of the world. I did not want to disparage you by
You meant
suggesting
a
that
generic
this
fuckwit.
double plaid F-wit is in your category. Yeah, there we go.
Well, you messed up one way, RJ. You used too many big words.
Yeah. I know. I just can't help myself.
I do like the way you
You're
started off.
intelligent.
Space big, lots star.
I could have gone into a Hitchhiker's Guide. You think it's a long way down to the corner chemist, but that's nothing compared to space.
Yep.
Using a piece of fairy cake determining your size in the universe.
No, it disgusts me that people are of this character in 2021. They would have no excuse for that in 1921. They barely would have an excuse for it in 1221.
He sounds kind of along the lines of Flat Earth Observer or Level Earth Observer.
No. This is more along the lines of Russian vids.
All right, moving on.
Paris, I thought you were more than that.
Get to
These
that
people are
science.
lemmings, and if you can't say that, you're a lemming, period.
Process.
Oh, I'm a lemming.
Great.
Cool.
Now, Brad, finally, this is what I'm really looking forward to
I'm not
chatting
going to pause
Come on,
there.
tease your hair, throw up the elbow. Come on, do it.
to you about. There's been this huge, long
Come on, do it.
study of astronauts in space done, and it's also detailed
Don't leave us hanging.
some of the long-term health impacts. Now, just in case I'm starting to run ahead and want to be an astronaut, what should I expect?
Look, it is not kind on the aging process. This is one of the big things they
I'm out
found.
then. I'm out.
Exactly. That's right. Everyone's just like, yep.
Look at the. I mean, come on, guys. You come to me and say, "Oh, JLB, my friends and family, they're real smart, man. They just haven't woken up to the space." Look at this. If your so-called friends and so-called family look at this and they think that's real, I mean, look, they're wearing gumboots, guys. They're wearing fucking gumboots, guys. And you're gonna come and tell me that your so-called friends and so-called family are intelligent? They just haven't woken up yet? No offense, they ain't never woken up. All right, period.
Oh yes.
And don't you make me say it again.
I'm done.
Drink.
I mean, guys.
His very existence is offensive.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he
vertebrates,
basically.
the Metazoans should be disgusted. They are members of the same kingdom.
Yeah, he's now gone on to not just being sexist, but being absolutely fucking assholery. Seriously, he's sitting there saying, everyone who believes this is a lemming, and if you can't see that, then you're a lemming, period. In other words...
The Emperor has no clothes.
In other words, if you don't think exactly the way he does, then you're a brainwashed sheep that should be sent to hell because you believe in devil magic.
Well, there's also the fact that he called the reporter jailbait.
He knows the truth. The brilliant fellow.
Okay.
I've seen enough of this asshole. If I see any more of him, I'm going to actually start using bad words.
You could always just turn around and not look. Now,
Yeah.
I have to agree with him on this point. You may call it stylish and everything, but those spacesuits are just kind of hokey looking, you know? They need to be a little bit more techy with tubes and stuff attached to them.
Hmm.
Well, I mean,
unless
I
they're
don't think that's the actual spacesuits. I think that's just what they're wearing out.
But they're just a little too mannequin-like, you know?
Well, might be
they're very
Elon Musk
Space 1999, like, yes.
Yeah, I
unless
appreciate
they're
the attempt at
actually
style,
trying
but
to
it's
just
just
be
it's a little
functional
simplistic.
and they don't care what they look like.
But I don't think these are the actual spacesuits. I think these are just...
No,
that's
their actual
2001 still
spacesuit
had the coolest
that they launch in.
I
yeah,
can't do that.
It's hard to protect them inside the capsule.
So that's the only thing I agree with him on. So I'm done.
Okay.
Can we stop with this video before I start really getting pissed off at him?
No, we like pissing you off.
Your rant is duly noted. Oh, you haven't already? you're still in mellow mode there, Tornado?
He hasn't reached F1 yet. I mean...
Moving on.
Mom, NATO.
What?
You said excuse me.
I burped. I said,
Oh.
excuse me.
Shall we move on, or...
Yeah, yeah.
I want
Yeah,
to go
move
on
on
this
down.
video.
Move on down.
Hey, I tell you what, man.
mute
It's just,
yourself
what a time to be alive.
It turns out that
Yeah, wave to the cameras, Jeff.
these things called telomeres, these are coatings around your chromosomes. It's a physical measurement of your age. They appear to shorten.
Seriously, that's the kind of bullshit you expect to see in a pre-Kubrick 1960s space movie, guys. I mean, this is just embarrassing.
That's
Again,
what he's bothering
my issue
about?
isn't with the lemmings. I know what the lemmings are. They're non-player characters. My issue is with those of you who still think the lemmings are anything more than NPCs. Oh no, JLB, man. My friends and family are gonna wake up, man. Just give them a few more months, man. They just need to see a little... Come on now. Don't make me
Drink.
say it.
Drink.
I'm happy being a lemming.
I have to make this point. People always use lemmings, you know that we're all lemmings, so we follow blindly and all jump off of this cliff based on this movie that was once made. The irony of it is that they're using lemmings to try to prove that we're all blind and not paying attention and not investigating. But at the same time, he's obviously never investigated that film he's using as an example to find out that it was faked.
Yep.
So that's all. I'm done. Moving on.
Being
They're morons, no offense. Doesn't make them bad people.
in space
It's just what they are.
for
It's not their fault. That's what they're here for.
longer. So
Just let
longer
the guy
you're in
get more than
space,
one syllable out.
This guy's going nuts. Yay, whoa, woohoo, yeah, man, we're going to the moon, baby.
the quicker they shorten. So the longer you're in space, the faster you age. And this is a big deal as we talk about sending these astronauts just for 3 or 6 months, but years to the moon, or 3 to 5 years, or even indefinitely to Mars, let's say.
Why they got like a ninja? Why they got ninjas? They're being protected by ninjas. Need to protect them from
drink.
The nunchucks of the ninja.
Kind of funny.
I don't think those are ninjas. I think those are security.
But it's funny nonetheless.
I agree. It is kind of funny.
Especially
with the masks
considering-
and the sticks coming out of their back. They really do look like Hollywood Ninja.
Especially considering ninjas are Japanese, not Chinese.
The thing, the mention he made of telomeres, that's absolutely correct.
Mhm.
These determinations were made with what's his name, Mark, who just won the senator. I'm forgetting him and his twin brother's name.
Scott Kelly.
Yes, thank you. The Kelly boys who went up, they were able to make that determination of the telomere degradation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Oh.
Okay, moving on.
All right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's going to shorten and quite dramatically the aging process. Now, add to this the issues of radiation and other health effects. It's really
Get in the elevator, guys.
showing that long-term spending time, long
nunchuck out.
duration space flights is going to be a big issue to tackle as we start sending humans
Why hasn't Ninja gotten down on his feet? Or on his knees? What's going on there?
really back out into our solar system.
I'm really interested if it
They're carrying very vital devices with them, guys. Look at that. Pair of life support units or something like that. Oh my god.
accelerates just the appearance of
has
aging,
the,
but also
audience
the body internal when it comes
stalled?
to your organs and things like that as well.
Yeah, so essentially it helps guide the RNA and DNA process. Essentially how cells reproduce and split, kind of the natural processes that we have in our body. And so it appears it kind of just shortens or cuts some of those
Probably not crypto.
processes or repeats out, let's say, and that's going to essentially affect the way, as you said, our internal organs.
You do understand this Brad guy. He's a nice guy. I'm sure he's a great guy. To have a beer with him, he's a great guy. But you understand, he's just parroting whatever the hell he reads.
You hate
him. That's all he's doing. You guys do
Ninjinas.
understand that.
Our other features in our body are able to essentially cope. So the biggest thing it's really going to start to have an impact on is the aging process relative to our organs, our senses, and then therefore we're going to get higher rates of cancer. That cancer comes in when you
Space causes cancer, guys. Okay.
have more cellular processes, more cellular
I'm not
splitting
space
and
itself,
cellular
you
splitting,
idiot!
and copying essentially. Now, and then
Copying,
you add the
essentially.
radiation aspect to that, which can naturally
And there's radiation up there too, guys.
mutate those processes. It's going to represent a really big challenge, and so this is going
It's going to represent a really big challenge, guys.
to be
When we all go into space, like they've been promising for decades now.
something that has to be tackled if we really want to send humans on
maybe.
longer duration missions all across.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also some of those commercial flights too. No doubt that they are trying to look
Of course, the commercial flights where you can go into space, guys.
to send up into space. Not exactly the best marketing thing, but thanks so much for your time, Brad Tucker, this afternoon as always.
Oh, thanks, Brad Tucker. Tease the hair, show the elbow. Oh, mwah.
No worries, take care.
Oh, Brad's had a good time. Nothing against Brad.
I'm
He's
gonna
always a
start
nice guy.
calling him
So where
Bled.
was I? Oh yeah, so outer space is in fact a hoax. Nobody died, nobody got hurt, and if you don't believe me, that's fine. You shouldn't believe me. Who the hell am I?
Oh, come on.
Oh, fuck you! That's right!
Not even an hour. 50 minutes. Easy podcast to listen to.
Man has one
Go
of
and
the
check it
people
out. Link in
who
the
died
info
in
box below
one of
in
the
this
shuttles.
explain
How dare
that outer
you
space is in fact a hoax.
How dare you, you
Nobody died,
fucking
nobody
son of a
got hurt.
bitch!
There's no magical place in the sky that you can just float around. If you think I'm
Tornado,
wrong, that's
chill
fine. I
out.
could be wrong. At least listen to this free podcast or go
I
into the
could
comments
join
of this
in
very
the
dear video
infuriation
right
over
now
this
and tell me what.
I stopped it there. I'm not going to advertise his channel.
Yeah. Okay, so purple rhymes with orange. Hand up first.
Gee, it's almost like if you remove our bodies from the environment they evolved to survive in, that they'll have some weird effects in a completely alien environment.
No shit, man. Now, I know I'm going to call Tornado in right now, and this is going to get violent. So here we go.
Don't yell.
You sick son of a bitch. How dare you? How dare you disparage the families of the astronauts who died on the Space Shuttle Columbia, the Space Shuttle Challenger, and the Apollo 1 disaster? You are a sick human being, and you should... I will not continue any further because I will say something that will get us YouTube banned. I despise you, you fucking asshole.
He's not wrong.
No, it's not.
Hey, Chris, he's not wrong.
No.
No disagreement here.
Yeah.
Let's spin
I'm saying we weren't. The U.S. wasn't the only ones that had tragedies in space.
Nope.
Russians did also, and they deserve recognition as well.
Yes.
There's a lot of lives that have been lost and been negatively affected by heavy workloads and stress and stuff over space programs around the world. And to talk
And
like
I can
that,
second that because one of the
You're breaking up, RJ.
was from Spokane. So we have a monument to him down Riverfront Park.
oh, sorry, RJ, we missed some of that. Try again, buddy. Oh,
RJ's gone.
He's been having
Yeah.
technical difficulties.
I'm not saying
yeah,
anything.
that's a bummer.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there we go, RJ. We got you good. Try that. Try that again. We missed most of that, buddy.
That
We heard about
Spokane, Washington has a monument to one of the people who died in the shuttle, and it is as offensive for him to say that about the space people, the astronauts and cosmonauts and others, as it would be to talk about people who died at 9/11 or at Pearl Harbor.
Or Sandy Hook, how some people say those children never died, they were just crisis actors.
Oh, I hate that.
That's the kind of shit that has caused people to commit suicide.
Now,
I'm not even joking.
I think we should take a right turn right here and fuck this fucking fuck. And Cheesemondo and I were in the background, and we were having a little chat there during the last of that video because honestly, it was just disgusting. And we thought it would be really cool, and we thought we'd check with the regular panel members and the viewers. Why don't we do a clear the wheel night and just fucking finish it?
Oh yeah.
That'd be cool.
Bruce Lipton. You're gonna see some funky numbers fly.
I'm not sure if I can make whiskey in one night, but let's go.
I'm gonna get another can before we spin, okay?
You're gonna make me do research so we can have more videos next week.
Yeah,
it'd be good to start from ground zero on the new year.
You know, we'd be back to the classic movie nights that sometimes ran until 5 a.m.
Yep.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm up for it.
I've never actually experienced one of them.
Wheel of misfortune, turn. Show us the stupid that we shall burn. Spin it. Ding 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 do 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 do.
I remember one movie night.
Here we go. The funky numbers start to fly.
I remember one movie night. Site was still around, and I fell asleep about 2:00 in the morning. I woke up at 6:30. They were still going. It went to like 11:00 in the morning. So hey,
All-nighters wait into the morning. That can easily happen in the summer.
Yeah, I remember in movie nights with Cy that the sun was coming up before we were finished.
Well, that's what Cheesemondo and I were talking about in the background. It's the first stream of 2021, and we thought if we did a wheel clearer, nice long one, it's sort of a throwback and an homage. You know, it's
cleared sail sounds good to me. So let's go.
Okay, so what's our next video here?
Bruce Lipton.
Oh God.
Yeah, here we go.
Who's Bruce Lipton?
Bruce
Wait
Lipton
for it,
is
Danny.
a guy
Wait
who
for it.
Yeah, let's just say.
Yeah.
Oh, at least tell me the topic.
Electricity being generated by the body.
which has enough power to completely end the world.
Oh, so we're back to the Matrix that we're all being used as batteries.
We just got to plug ourselves in. Okay, let's go.
Cool. Does that mean I can charge my car battery?
I wouldn't recommend it. Not with the numbers this guy is playing.
I know.
Whether you realize it or
I've
not,
heard about it.
frequency and
Sparky.
vibration hold an extremely important yet hidden power that affects our lives, our mental and physical health, and our consciousness. The science of somatics, which is the study of visible sound
Is
and
this the
vibration,
wrong video?
proves that vibration and frequency are the
Let me just check.
I don't know. Frequency and vibration sounded like we were off to a good start there.
Yeah, but that's
Frequency
not a guy.
is just the measurement of vibration.
Ooh,
Frequency and vibration totally relate to insertion, repetition, and battery strength.
Insertion being
I'm
the
going to
best
check
one.
this video to see if it's the one we're actually watching. We did land on Bruce Lipton, right?
We did. Just bear with me 3 seconds.
Sure, buddy.
Here you go.
Oh, yeah, the wrong one.
Oh, God.
When you look in a mirror and see yourself and you see like one person looking back, you are made out of 50 trillion cells. And the cells are the living entities. So when you look at yourself, you're not a single entity, but you are a community
Not
of
wrong.
50 trillion cells. But it's important
Not
to
wrong.
understand the word community. Every cell is intelligent, but when they're in a community, they
Drink.
give up their personal intelligence and respond.
What the fuck?
Drink.
Is that like saying Kinesin actually decide where they're going to go in the cell and you do what they want to do? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
I can already tell you that everything that Bruce Lipton was right when he said that the cells were a community, but when he said the cells were intelligent, he completely fucked himself. He was doing so well, and then he completely fucked himself. Because cells on their own are not intelligent. They're basically bags of solution, water, and various other things that are floating around in there with some organelles and some nuclei.
Mostly water.
Yeah, they're mostly water with some floating funky bits. They're not intelligent.
I'll be very surprised.
The community that forms out of them is the community that forms out of them, the general person, is the thing that actually has the emergent intelligence awesomeness. It's an emergent property that's not held by any one cell, but is held by the community. The cells are not intelligent. They're guided
It's
by
the same as an emergent force. It's exactly the same, just in a different, that's in inferring intelligence on something simply fulfilling its task is that's like saying my ass is smart in the morning when it does what it's supposed to do. No, it's just not.
It's like saying every computer is an artificial intelligence.
Yeah. What a joke.
Now, let us move on, because funky numbers are going to start flying here in a bit.
Oh, you know what's coming, don't you, you sick prick?
Yeah.
To the central voice. And if the central voice says to die, the cells will die. So the central voice is the mind. What I would talk about is the role of...
No, that is completely and patently false. When a cell dies, it undergoes apoptosis. This isn't something this isn't part of the mind that tells the cell to die. The cell does it on its own. Your immune cells don't really have a very long shelf life. Your memory B cells do. Their entire job is to remember conflicts that you've encountered with germs in the past, like basically having constant PTSD. But the other issue regarding apoptosis is that every cell is programmed, if you will. I'm using that word as a shorthand. It's genetically encoded in them to die eventually, because otherwise your body is just going to waste resources keeping the same things alive. They produce more, over and over and over again. But it's not an actual thing in the mind that tells the cell to die. Otherwise, if you were to say, okay, you die, oh shit, I just told every cell in my body to... Yeah, that's why the mind doesn't control whether our cells die. Our cells have genes that tell them when to die.
That's funny, man.
I love that sound.
Chris got his hand up.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where mind over matter comes into play, I guess. And if that was the case, could we tell ourselves not to grow cancerous tumors? Anything like that?
Our body has a massive network of checks and balances, but sometimes the body just says, fuck you to
It's
all
a
those
rhetorical
checks and
question,
balances.
Tornado.
Excuse me.
Moving on.
I'm actually going to veto any drinks for 60 seconds.
How this mind works. First, there are signals from the environment, the internal and external environment. The signal can be a chemical, like a drug, a hormone, a growth factor, or a signal can be a vibrational wave. The brain, the function of the brain is to perceive the signals and then interpret those signals and then send the information to the cells to control the behavior and the genetics. So the function of the brain is perception, and from that creates the mind. You are made out of protein. So the energy in your body that controls the protein is a vital force. So the new science brings back the old story of vital forces controlling life. So when a signal binds to a protein, what happens to the protein? It moves. It makes behavior. Now, if you are healthy, your behavior is good. But if you have a dis-ease, the behavior is not right. Question.
False!
What can...
Was that a pause then or false?
Yeah, it was both.
Oy vey. No, that's not how that works. I mean, yeah, proteins can cause bad issues in terms of when a brain protein goes haywire. It's what's called a prion. A prion is a bad character in its own right. It can convert other proteins into prions. And yeah, you don't want proteins in your brain to turn into prions because that's no fun. I'm not going to elaborate.
Well, then, does the prion turn into a Klingon at some point?
No. Anyway.
And can you harvest them from dingleberries?
Anyway.
Tornado, because that was actually good science. It's just it was just hanging there. It was too good.
It had to be done. Oh yeah.
The big issue with this guy is proteins are not the behavior of proteins. Disease, sorry, that's not the only thing that can cause protein to malfunction. It's not proteins don't really even malfunction. When something folds, a protein is folding. That's an entirely different matter altogether.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the nature of the defect in a protein is it's that it is folded or incorrectly or not. And the more we learn about the folding, the more we realize that this really is the basis for disease in many cases. For example, the prion that you're talking about in the brain creates Jacob-Creutzfeldt's syndrome, which we also call mad cow disease or chronic wasting disease in wildlife, which is absolutely devastating and definitely terminal disease.
And contagious.
Excellent point, Jenny.
Prions are amazingly tough. They cannot be destroyed. They do not respond to any medicine. They don't die. They're not even a living thing. They're a substance. They're a material, but they're not alive. They're not like DNA or a cell or anything like that. It's just a product of them.
Now, of course,
we got a lot to learn about proteins.
Of course, there's also the causes of disease like viruses, bacteria, fungi, genetics in the case of hereditary diseases, or sometimes even your own body's cells going, fuck you, I want to do my own thing and become a cancerous fucking tumor.
Yep.
Why was the mushroom invited to the party? Because he was a fun guy.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna do that one.
Moving on.
So now there's a fungus
Indeed.
among us.
Among Us.
Cause disease.
It's the fungus.
Either the protein is bad or the signal is bad. Now, look, there are only 3 ways to mess up the signal. 1, trauma. Number 2, toxins.
Wow.
If the chemistry is not good inside the body, the signal cannot be passed through bad chemicals.
Can you use Kenoki proof pads to pull the toxins out?
The third one is thought.
I think that's supposed to be THOT.
Should we let?
No.
Should we let the guy say why thought is the third one and then rip it apart?
Yes.
Good idea.
Well, obviously, he's protecting himself by not thinking.
Yeah. Bring it on, Cheese.
Is thought. The mind. There's nothing wrong with the body. It's just sending the wrong signal at the wrong time. Every cell in your body has a minus voltage on the inside and positive voltage on the outside.
Here we go.
Every live cell is a battery. Every
Here
cell
we
has
go.
about 1.4 volts, not too much. 50 trillion cells in the body times 1.4 volts is 700 trillion volts of electricity in your body right now.
Drink!
And you can use that energy for...
Gee, we should be glowing like light bulbs.
No. I'm going to finish Bruce Lipton's thought for him. You can use that energy for blowing 3/4 of the continental United States off the map. I actually Sorry.
Especially if you fart all at once.
I actually ran the numbers of this through various issues. You've got to think that's he really means 70 trillion volts, but that doesn't matter because you've got to think the resistance of a human skin is 100 kiloohms, but if it's broken or wet, that drops to 1 kiloohm. And if it degrades due to high voltage, it drops to 500 ohms. And who here knows that current is voltage divided by resistance? Probably everyone. So that means you've got 700 trillion volts. In the case of 100 kiloohms, it's like, what, 7 billion amps? Or 700 million amps.
Well, according to this guy, I could stick a couple of cables, clean up my own ass, and charge my Model 3. But, I guess that's another matter.
Yeah. Considering that this...
Okay, Jenny.
Bruce Lipton's first scenario I calculated for a 70 trillion volt human resulted in a power output of 4.9 times 10 to the 22nd watts. For the 70 trillion volt human with a resistance of 1 kiloohm, it jumped to 4.9 times 10 to the 24th power watts.
Why do you think the Matrix were using us as batteries?
And mind you, 700 trillion or 4.9 times 10 to the 24th watts, that is a total yield of 11. That's a total yield of like 1 trillion kilotons. Now, mind you, if we use 700 trillion volts, like Bruce Lipton says, a human with 1 kiloohm resistance is now all of a sudden getting a power of 4.9 times 10 to the 26th watts. Would you like to know how much power the sun uses, or the sun outputs? 3.846 times 10 to the 26th watts. According to Bruce Lipton, a 700 trillion volt human with 1 kiloohm resistance should be putting out more power than the fucking sun.
Okay, does that mean if we all farted at the same time and put out that much methane, we'd blow the earth up?
Mom, Bruce Lipton is claiming that every single human is a walking star.
Really? Then why am I not in movies?
I'm not talking that kind of star, Mother.
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille.
It's Tornado. It's a joke because you're getting way too wound up. Oh my god.
Yeah,
we know the fact is that we cannot produce the amount of tornado. We know that we can't produce the amount of power that
we know his math is false, his math is faulty, and his logic is lacking.
Non-existent.
Lacking.
To put it in perspective, with a 4.9 times 10 to the 26 power watt.
Put it in perspective is we cannot consume enough food to produce that much power. So move on.
Much of the planet is immediately incinerated except for southeastern Africa, the extreme southwestern portion of the Arabian Peninsula.
Okay, we got it.
A big fucking boom.
We get
Jeez, play that video, white boy.
I'm going to veto any drinks for the next 60 seconds as well.
Play that fucking stupid white boy.
Play that funky music now.
But yeah,
I don't think the black screen should be counted as a part of that 60 seconds. Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
that was it. That was it.
Yeah.
That's it. We're done with that video. Where were the funky numbers other than the power output?
Well, that was the funky numbers.
Oh, okay.
You know, Tornado, he gets so wound up.
I think the funky numbers actually pertain to the amount of zippers on his parachute pants when he was a child. But maybe that's just me. I'm not sure.
I didn't have any parachute pants.
Gee, I was thinking it was according the numbers and the funky math was telling us how much drugs he did to get that kind of a idea in
moronic
his
attitude. Yeah.
So unless two people had exactly the same electrical potential, shouldn't there be a visible discharge if they hug?
Yes. You know, that's what happens when you get shocked by static when you hug somebody.
Yeah, imagine all of a sudden just healing 3/4 of the landmass of the United States into a glass floor.
Because you accidentally touched your neighbor. After.
By the way, we have a super chat in there from Guess Who?
Yes, we do, from Mr. Nielsen for 45 Donkey Kong dollars, who said, drink. Cheese no tell me what to do. Devil face.
Hey, Cheesemondo, you got a Discord in the Shills?
Say that again?
You got a Discord in the Shills?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm going to send you an image. First, I'm going to say hello. And then I'm going to send you an image. Just so you can throw that up on the screen, because this is just in general the amount of insanity that Bruce Lipton is claiming. Because oh my fucking god.
Dick, if you want me on the Shills, give me a day's notice or I won't make it.
Okay. Well, we're trying to get our booking to like 2 weeks in advance, but I'm, a butterfly chaser, and so are some of my partners in crime, and we're horrible at organizing this shit. We can execute it really good, but we just, it's terrible. But we're trying,
Oh, by the way, who would want to know the temperature increase from that 700 trillion volt human with a power output greater than the sun?
Not me.
Don't care.
You've already told me all this, and it's hot.
Yeah.
It's not nice hot. And if I want to look at something like that, I want to look at a nice hot body with tight buns and no shirt.
I have tight buns, but they're in the freezer.
Not a hot body that's been subjected to a 1 0.911 sextillion degrees Celsius jump in temperature.
Gonna get the medical tapes very shortly.
Mom NATO, he missed the point on that one big time. Cheese, we are done with that fucking fuck. Why don't we see what the wheel has to offer the crew and the viewers? Because there is still some stupid left to be had.
Wheel of misfortune, turn, turn, turn. Show us the stupid that we should burn. Spin it.
I love that.
Part cinco.
Heads or tails, heads or tails, heads or tails, heads or tails, heads or tails.
And this one is flat Earth rock formations.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Are the last two videos just flat Earth?
No, flat Earth, and the second one is nuclear weapons aren't real.
Oh God. Oh God.
Please tell me this one is not going to be that guy from Mudflood University or Mud
I think it might be.
Oh no, it is far worse than that.
Oh my God.
Can I do a time travel debunk?
He's gonna minority report it.
Yeah, let's just say go ahead and tell people nuclear weapons aren't real. In fact, go down to Hiroshima and Nagasaki and tell them that nuclear weapons aren't real.
Yeah, but hold on, Tornado. We're not even on nuclear weapons here. We still got to deal with this.
It's nuclear, not nuclear.
Yeah, I know. I'm Canadian. I don't care.
We're not on that video yet. Let's go.
Let's see why rocks are trees and all that kind of craziness. That's what it is, right, Cheese?
See if we have any angry oaks that are yelling at the
cheesy toes.
It's gonna be worse. It's gonna be worse than that. We have had a super chat. Let's just get this one. Mr. Nielsen again for 45 Donkey Kong dollars says Mudflap University ? With a thinky face.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Here we go with this video.
Oh, he's scary. I don't know that I want to see this. He's hideous.
Hello, Flat Earth Researchers. Looking at this mixture of a wall that has probably been here. I don't know. Let's say 100 years on it. This is an old.
Not even.
We'll turn this around.
God.
Hey, Gigantor.
Around. Yeah, so what we have here is a wall that was built in recent times, and this, which was Earth at one point, because you can see that it's broken off here on this kind of this edge. We are down here at Portishead. Okay, hi, Stashman. Yeah, so we have this wall. This is where a power station was in the past, and okay, so we're looking along the Severn Estuary, and what we have here is obviously Earth that this forest is made up of, and it's broken off here, and of course we've got it on either side of this wall. Yeah. Oh. Ow. But this is now solid rock. Yeah. Okay, you can see where it's kind of splurged over the wall there. When I first noticed it, trying to get a wider view of this.
Here. Oh.
You can see really clearly here how these two massive rocks here were just earth that's fallen away over time. You can see the tree there. It's all the same kind of, I mean, that's earth that's turning into rock. But the point is that obviously,
what?
You know, this at some time was just earth, and
is he going to eventually have a point here?
Is he saying that the soil fell away from the wall and turned into rock?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Okay. I have only had like 8 beers tonight, and I have clearly not drank enough to make this make sense. Because what I'm seeing is dudes were building a wall. There was a couple of big boulders there, and they were like, great, we don't have to build quite as much wall. And they just incorporated the boulders into the fucking wall. Am I missing something?
That's exactly what I'm seeing.
That's what I'm seeing.
The fact is that he said it was a power station. I don't think so.
Those bricks look a little old.
Yeah.
You know, those bricks look a little old to come from a power station. Chris, am I wrong here?
Like I said, it's fuckwit doing a discount fuckwit. I don't understand the inception on this.
He also said at one point it was some sort of Masonic temple. So it definitely is not going to be a power station.
No, he said it was a power station. I didn't hear the Masonic temple. Did you see that?
That was in the first part of the video, like the second time he looked at the wall.
Didn't he say? Did he say he's at Portishead?
Yeah.
Well,
there is a power station at Portishead.
Right, but there's
it's
also
like from the
some ruins.
30s.
Yeah. But
it's
that
a
is
wall
not
made
from
of
the
carved
30s.
stones. Obviously, it was Masons who built it.
Yeah.
There you go. What more proof do you need?
And they
why did they build it? I don't know. It's the secret society, right?
Right, and they would know how.
It's not a secret society. It's a society with secrets. So.
Right, and they would know how to build a wall that incorporates the stone.
Mark Bezier has a great comment in the chat. A pre-mud flood power station.
Oh my goodness.
That killed me. Oh, wow. Okay. Gigantor has more to bring us. Shall we move along?
You can see generation or so. And this at one point was mud, fell on the wall. Hi, FPV Angel. And voila. You know, so in let's say 100, maybe maximum 200 years. Hey, give it 3 or 4. We have mud that has transformed into rock. And of course, why would that be? Because we have water with all these minerals soaking into the rock. And
not how this works.
So this
not
the
how
rock of this wall becomes
works.
almost indistinct with the
Okay, first off, Tornado said he has to rejoin because his internet flaked. So somebody might want to check and see if he's
Yeah, I saw Jenny had to rejoin too. So.
Yeah, adding more water to mud does not make rock.
Right, adding mud.
It does not put mineral in the rock.
These guys don't know the difference between a rock and a brick.
Right, and the thing is that if you add water to rock, the only thing that's going to happen is it's going to wear away at the structure, and it's going to break eventually.
You have wet rock. I mean,
and
it's a good weather device. But
all right, I'm back.
It can dissolve also. You get salt water on limestone, and you're going to get a chemical reaction, and it's going to melt.
Right, but it's going to break or melt. Yeah. It doesn't solidify and turn from mud to stone.
No. Heat and pressure do that.
Exactly. Which takes years.
At least a week.
At least. Probably closer to 100 million years.
But apparently some chameleon concept here because he said that mud fell onto the stone wall and that's what made it into rock.
Right.
Yes.
Also, I just want to mention that this man brought up the Severn Estuary, which, interestingly enough, is where Top Gear decided to drown their Hilux.
Yeah,
and that didn't work. Fun fact, Top Gear decided to try and kill a Hilux in the Severn Estuary, and they failed.
Yay, okay, moving on.
Okay, moving on.
Tangent, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting sleepy.
You know, the mud that surely turns to rock in a very short space of time.
That's not how that works.
Hi, who have we got?
Asked and answered.
Rosette. Sorry, I can't. Glasses are. Rosette tinted. Hi. FPV Angel. Hi, Zeus Scott. Yeah.
What?
You know, what do you think? It just
What
struck me
are you
that
saying?
here we are,
I'm
faced
not
with
understanding the words coming out of your mouth.
you know.
He's talking to, I guess he's watching or reading a phone or something and saying hi to his subscribers or whoever's commenting or whatever, as near as I can figure. Because otherwise, he has all sorts of voices in his head that he's talking to.
I wouldn't
and
doubt that
responding.
either, but
Me either. But
No,
usually you don't speak out loud to the voices in your head.
well, I don't know.
He has children.
He does a lot of these videos live. He likes to talk to people as he's doing it. And he takes advice from side chat as well.
Oh boy.
I can't drink fast enough for Gigantor not to piss me off. So once again, I need another fucking beer. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Joke's on you. I'm drinking Mountain Dew.
Yes, you have advertised that.
Multiple
Shall
times.
we move on?
Incessantly.
Shall we
yes.
move on? Yes.
Modern rock and what might at first appear to be ancient rock, but it's not. It's modern rock because it's turned from mud to stone in a very short space of time.
No.
Yeah.
Ow, ow,
Over
ow,
that
ow,
curve.
ow,
Hey,
ow, ow, ow.
The stupid hurts. The stupid burns.
So
It makes me want to drive my brain in with an ice pick.
It's kind of evident that's right in front of your eyes. It's obvious that. Hi, Orbs Realm. Hey, good to see you, man. And
It burns
nice
so
uploads
much
recently.
I'm melting.
And yeah, you know, it's just curious, isn't it, that we
What
can
was your purpose to
have
come out here?
an Earth that is formed in a very short space of time. We are told by the
He did it
experts
to
that it
be-
takes millions and millions of years.
To show off his stupid.
I guess.
He has no other way to
Flat Earth there.
showcase
Hey,
it.
good. I'm glad you could come in on the live stream, my man. Plain Ranger, hi. Yeah, it is very interesting, isn't it? You know, and of course, you know,
It's like
this is the kind of thing you just
from,
walk by all the time. But they're just
whatchamacallit, where
obviously
his wife
stood here,
told him to get out of
contemplating.
the kitchen, stop
And
dealing with all the
yeah.
flat earth stuff.
This is solid. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't cement. Yeah, same as this over here.
Now,
I
what's
don't
he
wanna go there 'cause
exiled
I'm
from
worried the signal might
England?
get cut off.
Why does
Yeah.
he live in?
But
in
this is a
Thailand?
really
That's what I
interesting area, you know, because Bristol, Clifton, up, you know, the River Severn, it's really, really muddy, and so you know, this is a city that's full of mud flood evidence with houses that have got, you know, floors and
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not having that because the I used to live on the other side of the estuary there, and the water's muddy because the Severn River is bloody huge and it dumps all the mud from Wales down into the Bristol Channel. That's why it's muddy.
Right.
Nothing to do with mud.
Yeah, it's
floods.
called silt, right?
It's called silt.
It's
at the
a
mouth.
river delta.
Yes. At the mouth of the delta, it always is muddy and silty there because all of the stuff that's coming from upriver gets swept downriver out into the ocean. You stupid fuck nugget.
Ask the people who live in Louisiana. Why
Yes.
is it muddy?
The mouth
Because
of
those of us in Minnesota flush our toilets.
Also,
Yeah,
the Nile
don't forget Ohio, because the Ohio River feeds into the Mississippi. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but Minnesota shits on the rest of the country.
Basically, the Mississippi River system is the largest river system in the United States, maybe even in the world.
No, the Amazon is bigger.
Yeah.
I remember when I lived in Minnesota, they had someone had a sign up that says, "Keep Minnesota and the Mississippi clean. Dump your trash on Ohio." So I thought it was funny. Anyway,
The Ohio River flow into the Mississippi.
yep, that was part of the joke. Yes.
So yeah, keep the Mississippi clean just until it reaches the junction.
Black.
Moving on.
the ground, and they go up these very steep hills. So, yeah, food for thought, eh?
No.
I think obviously welcome any comments and feedback, but it appears to me that
Not even junk food.
yeah, and you look around and so, whether it's you look at coal and you look at things that that could be fossilized trees. I mean, all this stuff just I mean, I was noticing well, I've been lost the connection. Okay. So Scott, hey, okay, angry man.
It'd be nice to have two neurons connecting your brain there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. So that's all really. Wanted to share that with you. And again, any trip to anywhere to look at nature makes us realize that the Earth is definitely level. Also interesting here is it's the full moon.
No, wait.
So
He's got a
you
point
can
there.
really see
Pause.
the
The Earth is definitely level. It's just not flat, because level does not equal flat. Level just means perpendicular to the pull of gravity.
Except for the fact that in nature you have things like hills, mountains, valleys. So you can't say it's wherever you look it's level because you have terrain.
Well,
look at a pyramid. You've got flat and you've got level, but
it's all
not
at
the
an
same
angle.
numbers.
And it's all at an angle.
More importantly, the Earth, when you scale it down to the size of a billiard ball, is actually smoother than a billiard ball.
Yeah.
And never ever look at a pyramid without your sunglasses.
Oh.
Moving on.
Or
is that
with
video?
the moon phases. So of course it's understandable that one would associate the moon or assume that the moon causes the tides if you're going to assume a heliocentric model. However, I don't see that there's any alleged movement of the Earth and the moon around each other that would make the tides do this. You see, at the moment today, because it's pretty much full moon, when the sun basically
Do it, Tornado. Do it. Because that was fucking stupid.
Yeah. That's actually not how any of that works. The tides actually lag behind the moon because, the moon is moving a little bit faster than the tides due to the fact that the Earth also rotates. It's not exactly the one-to-one with the moon. It's got a little bit of a lag. There's a bit of a delay, so the full moon won't coincide with a high tide perfectly. It'll still be a little bit off.
Tides are a hoax. Water finds its own level.
Now, of course, there's also the issue that he's looking at the Earth. He's looking at the moon orbiting the Earth from the Earth's inertial frame of reference. Now, yes, the moon is going around the Earth, but it's also going around the sun. However, it's not a heliocentric universe. It's just a heliocentric solar system. There's a big difference, you asshole.
Yeah, good point.
Now, I'll preemptively take my hand down here. The thing that always gets me, and this has always gotten me with the whole werewolf thing and stuff like that, the moon does not disappear. Phases of the moon are just that. It's some of it's lit up by the sun, some of it is not. A full moon has the same amount of mass as a new moon. It doesn't matter what phase the moon is, it's affecting the Earth in the same way every time.
All right, I'm gonna head off. I'm tired. My jaw's starting to hurt. So I'll see y'all.
Okay. We gotta be getting
Bye.
close to the end of this one, I
Magneto.
think. Right?
Have a
Good
good
night,
night.
Magneto.
Good night, Mom Nito.
Good night, Mom Nato.
We see you Sunday.
Hopefully we'll see you
Yep.
tomorrow. I don't know if I don't know what we're doing with Game of Fools. So.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow if we have a Game of Fools. If not, I'll see people on Sunday.
All right. Take care, honey. Sleep well.
Yeah. This is
All right.
this is just an 8-minute video, but I'm not sure how far we're in.
Well, I'm thinking that Phuket's got that voice, and that is a voice that calls for the gong vote. Maybe it's just me, maybe it's the shill in me, but every time I hear this absolute fuck nugget, all I can think is, please, God, is the vote high enough already?
Well, it's not just the voice, it's that will he ever get around to actually making a point?
Oh, Chris is
That's
voting
another
one.
thing.
Chris just said one.
Yeah.
I think it's already
Okay. Yeah, we'll call this a vote. The vote is up. It's 1 to gong it and 2 for more Gigantor. But as the vote comes in, we should move along then, right?
Yeah, give it another minute.
And I'm going to veto any drink calls for 60
Last
seconds.
night when the sun was setting,
It's
over
evil.
there, the moon was rising just over there, almost full. And so at this particular time of month, we have a very, very low tide and a very, very high tide. We have these peaks and troughs that are back again. I won't keep this going long. Yeah. Oh dear. Okay. This is going to be, we've got a bad connection. So anyway, my evidence of rock formations in a very short space of time that originated as Earth. And we can see how that all just tumbled down as chunks of Earth and became rock in a very short space of time. Molding in, melding in.
It's still wrong, but you said it before, so.
Wall. All right. Take it easy, everyone. Thanks for coming in. Take care.
I guess we don't have to take a vote.
Wow. Hey, don't you gotta? Okay, I'm gonna give hats off to Phuket Word right now for knowing when to shut his fucking punk ass up. That was brilliant. Well
That's
done.
only because he didn't have a connection, or he didn't have a stable connection. He kept going in and out, so he was like, "Oh, I guess we'll do it." If he had a stable connection, he'd be doing another 15 minutes on moons and ancient rocks that are not ancient rocks. So.
Okay, I take it back. Fuck you, Phuket Word. You're an idiot.
Okay, last video. Let's clear the wheel out. We don't need to spin it this time.
What's the problem with the unstable connection? The internet or the synapses in his brain?
That's No.
Purple, I think you hit the nail on the head there.
Purple, if you listen closely, you can hear the rational part of Fuckwit's brain saying, "Please, boss, please let me have control of at least one arm so I can facepalm."
Oh. Well, Cheese, I think it's time.
Last video, let's clear the wheel.
Yeah.
This was.
I've got to do one more refill as you start this one.
Does the person who submitted this video want to make themselves known, or shall I keep that quiet?
No. Step up and claim ownership right now.
Yeah, I was the one who sent this one in.
Okay.
But it's sort of
Well, I mean, you can blame me for the Phuket and the First Amendment auditor, so. Those Phukets have been hanging around for a while, though.
Oh no. This is gentlemen, if Purple's synopsis of the first couple minutes of it is as accurate as I think it is, then I'm gonna be pissed off.
I actually only watched about the first 3 minutes, so I don't know the whole video.
Purple is intelligent. Purple is intelligent and funny. So there's a good chance that this will be really good or that we're being stung. You just don't know, right?
Purple, if your synopsis of the first 3 minutes is as accurate as your Twitter says, as the DM says it is, then you'd better start getting ready for the cuss words to fly.
Jeez, let it roll, buddy.
In that case, there's a 60-second drink veto in effect.
You prick.
Governments and the elites that control them have such a history of lying to the public, can we not assume we are not being told the truth? From the Titanic to 9/11, the public have been fed one pantomime after another. Can we not be forgiven for questioning nuclear weapons, perhaps their tallest tales? Do North Korea have nukes? Are the Iranians still trying to build a nuclear bomb? Are we perpetually on the brink of thermonuclear war?
Would you like to play a
All
game?
this time has passed and still no nuclear war. This is excused with the notion of mutually assured destruction. The idea that all supposedly nuclear-armed nations fear their own nuclear destruction too much to try to destroy another, and so we live in perpetual nuclear peace in a world of continuous conventional war. What if all war was a fraud? The banking elite controlling all sides, all playing for a draw, not trying to defeat their enemy, but controlling their populations with fear. Why not forget the weapons and simulate it all on computers? Wouldn't it be cheaper and easier to pretend? Why spend all that money on weapons you know you're never going to use? When convincing your enemy or your public you've got them achieves the same ends. Would the elites want to endanger themselves with nuclear weapons, considering what they can supposedly do? Do they want to destroy the world, and hide underground in bunkers? Or is that just what they want you to think? They haven't done it.
Drink.
Go, NATO.
Okay. First of all, to claim that 9/11 and the Titanic, two major disasters, were pantomime, and especially 9/11, to claim that the deaths of 2,996 people was just pantomime, you, sir, are a fucking asshole!
That's the bull in the china shop right there, baby. Cheesemondo.
I haven't got my hand up, have I?
Yeah, you do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know what? You've developed the slack jaw of an American. You really have. You've been there too long. I'm just kidding. Purple rhymes with orange.
Yeah, sorry about not muting the cough there, but I just want to warn the audience that this could also repeat in future weeks because this video is part 1 of a 3-part series.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
That's damn. Okay, Chris will say everything I'm about to. Chris.
As someone who grew up in the Cold War, I remember in 1979 when we were all wondering if the Ruskies were right around the corner that produced the movie Red Dawn, the good one, not the remake.
Yeah.
But
Please,
still,
God, don't bring up the remake. Anyway, sorry.
well, it's just this guy has no clue on. I don't think he's old enough to even understand what it was like. I mean, living our everyday life wasn't any great deal, but I mean, there was always this constant threat of, is this going to be the day that the missiles come across the polar ice cap? That was just a fact of life. This fear mongering that he's putting out there just is
Chris, I totally agree with you 100% because I'm 50 years old and I know exactly what you're saying. And growing up during that time and then having a piece of living shit like this discounted like it's nothing is just,
As one of
Jenny,
the,
Jenny's
as one of
got
the-
something for sure. Yeah.
As one of the people who grew up as a child doing duck and cover in grade school, duck and cover exercises, thinking you're going to survive a nuclear bomb if you get under your little $20 desk, and hearing all the practice, for make sure everything works, of the sirens, which are now used for tornado alerts. Every time our tornado alert or siren goes off, I get triggered. It brings back all the fear of less than a half an hour from annihilation.
1964 people, or no, it was 1962 in the Cuban Missile Crisis.
They destroyed a generation's worth of people.
Yeah,
with that
I was in elementary school in the early 70s. So I remember the duck and cover drills, and my elementary school had a bomb shelter in the basement right next to the cafeteria.
Wow. No shit, Purple, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I did elementary school in the early 70s too.
Yeah.
Yeah, up in Canada here, they didn't take it as far. But I mean, down in the States during that time, you had people putting bombshell bunkers in their front and backyards being sold by traveling salesmen like vacuums. Like it was you people that weren't there. I mean, it's not Vietnam. You weren't there, man. You don't know. But you know what I mean? It really is, isn't it? It was so fucking scary for so many people.
My father designed and built the house I grew up in. The front porch slab was 8 inches thick of concrete with a layer of steel in it, because that was over the pantry. That was the bomb shelter in the basement.
Wow.
We had a bomb shelter salesman at the house when I was a kid too, showing all the different options for. Well, this one you should be able to make it 6 months, and this one maybe a year.
Wow.
The fact that this man is denigrating probably one of the most fearful times in American history. It's just, dude, we've recently gotten to the point where that fear of nuclear war is coming back. I mean,
in a different face. And the fact that you now have terrorists, you have homegrown terrorists, dirty bombs, or the possibility of dirty bombs.
Yeah,
and
man.
Stuff like that. And that's where the fear is coming from.
Not only that, but remember back in 2017, back with President Trump and Kim Jong-un, and they were sending thinly veiled threats to each other.
Yeah, but North Korea just wants attention. That's essentially when they feel that they're being neglected, then they come up with all these highfalutin things. And I'm more worried about, let's say, like Afghanistan, India, Pakistan. These places getting a hold of nuclear weapons.
But
I was too worried about Iran because, again, that was more saber rattling than anything. It was the ones that were being quiet that you had to look at. So.
Yeah. And you remember, do you guys remember late 70s into the 80s, we had songs like Armageddon, Carry Me Home and whatnot. Like it was permeating society, man.
Yeah. Do any of you guys remember the TV movie The Day After?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was showing clips of that. And supposedly that's the film that convinced Ronald Reagan to not do the whole nuclear war thing.
Yeah, I don't. That movie was that was almost at the end of Reagan's term.
Yeah,
so I don't think that
Reagan was all for putting weapons in space to try and shoot down the missiles before they got here.
Well, SDI, and the fact is that he knew it wasn't anything that was going to actually work. It was a ruse to get the Russians to try to go bankrupt, trying to keep up with them, because we're still in that race in one-upmanship. And so, and we said, hey, we're gonna share our findings with you, and the Russians were like, no, we don't want it. and then they ended up going bankrupt trying to get the space shuttle, their own space shuttle program going. So, but anyhow,
and then ironically, for a couple of decades, they wound up being the only taxi service to the space station.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Now, but
That's a good one. Whoa.
Using the 1960s technologies of the Soyuz capsule, but the
Sorry, Chris. I just had a massive power flash, and at any moment I might drop from the stream. So I'm just giving a warning now. Holy fuck, that was crazy. I've got a little power backup, but it only lasts about 10 minutes on the system I got.
Okay, well, this goes to what I wanted to ask is, the Sky has started denigrating the memories of people who have of victims of a few tragedies. Do we want to treat them like we did the person before, in that we don't want to actually give them any kind of say, or do we want to continue on with this?
Ooh, that's a good point.
He started out the video with this stuff. I can't believe that he's going to go through the whole video with this. How many times can you say something was a fake? Let's see it. Let's see what happens.
I'll agree with Jenny there for sure, because we should give benefit of the doubt before we do the Minority Report debunking. But if Chris turns out to be right, we can't give lip service to this, can we?
No, but I mean, he didn't actually make a claim. He was referring to. So
let's watch him make claims.
Yeah.
All right. Let it run, Cheese.
I wouldn't hold your breath. Why have lots of nukes pointed at each other? Why not just have one very big one each, powerful enough to destroy the world?
Drink.
I just want to throw in here before we hand it over that if RJ was here right now, he'd be shivering in the corner under a comfortable blanket.
Well, I mean, Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb, one of the best Kubrick films ever. And
this is, if you see the round light over the circular table, this is what we styled the Shills bunker after.
This is one of the best movies ever and it is a very dark comedy, but it is very funny, especially when the guy is trying to get coins from the Coke machine to get to make the call to the Pentagon, and the sergeant looks at him and says, "Well, you're going to have to answer to the Coca-Cola company."
Yeah, well, this is just the iconic stereotype of the secret society lair.
Well, this is the war room. Gentlemen, there will be no arguing in the war room. This is... I don't know why he's going so long on to this, because everything here was part of a movie script. It was not anything that was real. Except for maybe the war room, but it wasn't anything set up like this, nor did it have the characters.
It doesn't look like it's a part of the Justice League or something. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I had a different gripe with this, because he's sitting there claiming it will create a radioactive shroud across the Earth that will last for 93 years because it has a 93-year half-life.
Well, it was also, unobtainium that they were using as a nuclear medium. So I mean, it just about the only reality on it was the failsafe on the planes. The planes would not recall unless they had a direct order verifiable by the president. And that was the only way that they're going to not complete the mission. And that was what the whole movie was based off of.
Does anybody else expect to see a Commodore PET in the background, just like silhouetted,
Yeah. Now, of course, yeah, like I said, my gripe was with that. But the half-lives don't work like that. Every 93 years, the radioactivity would drop by half, and then half again. It would still be deadly, but for longer.
This is a movie. It is not presenting anything in any scientific basis. This is a movie.
I know.
So
it just tweaks me.
I don't accept your criticism of that.
It just tweaks me, okay?
I want to call drink here. I want to call drink. So we came into the stream and Cheese and I were both like, okay, you know, we can't go full on shills. We got to make sure that the stream can stay monetized and stuff, because I mean, over what doing what we do, we just don't care. And we've got good memberships and Patreons and super chats and stuff that we don't give a fuck. But playing this movie right now is guaranteed to fuck this shit straight up. Flirts and conspiratards and whatnot do this shit on purpose, knowing that it fucks our shit up. Fuck them.
I didn't realize he went so long with the movie clip.
Yeah, but it's okay because it's been a great super chat night, and Cy won't mind, and it's worth it, right? It is totally worth it, and that's what you have to balance in these moments, right? You know,
I'll ask Jess tomorrow about see if it's in yellow or if it's in green. But I mean, you know,
we've got Cheese Mondo has the login. We can figure it out right now. But with the set design and the YouTube chat, I'm thinking we're probably still okay, right? Cheese, maybe the audio got it. I'm not sure.
It's not flagging yet, so we might be good. I'll keep an eye on it though.
Okay, cool.
I say that, I mean, because this is a work of fiction, I say we move past this and get back to what the person was saying. Because I mean, this has absolutely no relevance to his argument.
Agreed.
Yeah, skip ahead a bit.
As much as I like this movie, I'll go pay the $2.99 and watch the movie again. You know.
Yeah, now I'm wondering if it's on Netflix.
And by the way, the Commodore 64 didn't exist when this movie was made.
Oh, it didn't. But
it was another decade, or at least.
That's a great picture of Peter Sellers. So,
you know, I could almost get behind the idea of the UN building a doomsday device that would just wipe out the whole planet if anybody detonated a nuclear bomb.
I've detonated a few nuclear bombs, but that's a result of too much drinking, and my toilet hates me for it every time.
Moving on.
So they pretty much are this film for the rest of their video?
I've skipped ahead about 4 minutes. There was a good 4 minutes of movie in there, so I've skipped ahead, and hopefully this is the rest of it.
Yeah, like I said, I only looked at... Yeah, I only watched it up to the point that he started into the Dr. Strangelove clip, so I don't know what comes after this point.
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out.
If you keep
Purple, there's no way somebody can pull this much of this without fucking, you know, some meaning, so it's got to come, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, one could hope there's something behind it.
Run Cheese.
If nuclear weapons exist, why do they tell us? Why aren't they kept secret? Surely it would be the best way to prevent them from proliferating. They are so secretive about all their other weapon systems, like HARP, directed energy weapons, railguns and coil guns, and rods of gold and kinetic weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a question. How the fuck do you think you're going to hide a nuclear weapon going off? Let's see. What do they put out? Large amounts of radiation, large amounts of light, large amounts of heat. Oh, and a big fucking boom.
That is measurable from every
from every
earthquake
coast
zone
on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it became kind of hard to hide the nuclear weapons after we had wiped out 2 entire cities with them.
No shit.
And the fact was that at the time we didn't know what the destruction would be. And it didn't help that Nagasaki and Hiroshima were basically made of paper and wood. But no, we didn't even know until 10 years afterwards what kind of devastation that was wrecked on these people, because you start having the long-term effects of radiation sickness and that, etc. And I still think that if those bombs hadn't been dropped, we would have had a nuclear war in the 60s with Russia, and would have been a lot worse than what we had at the end of World War II. I think because of those bombs, people saw what the destruction was and what the capabilities of devastation and sickness, etc.
Yeah. Chris, I have never thought about it in those terms. And the way you put that about something happening in the 60s, because we didn't see how bad an atomic weapon can be. I think you may damn well be right.
I do think you're right that unless it had actually been demonstrated that one bomb could take out an entire city, it would have been much more likely somebody would have used them in mass.
And the Bikini Beach test too. I mean, when they were
Castle
testing
Bravo,
it's just starting to become to the point where it can be you can get people in there for a short amount of time. So I mean, because of these tests and because of what we did during World War II, I think it actually saved the world of time again. Anyway, as far as hiding, well, one, you don't know HARP is actually out there. It's suspected it is. Okay, I wouldn't doubt that it is. But it's also a system that is very localized, and it doesn't affect something that, I mean, there's a reason why it was mutually assured destruction. Is the fact that anything that they fired over, we fired over at them, and they fired over at us, we'd destroy the world. We knew it. And so that was why it was an effective tool, and that's why it was known.
Although the problem has become now that our technology has gotten good to the point where they can actually take out a rocket in mid-flight, and so now it's going to be a question of not one for one, but one for how many get through, and that's what brings the likelihood comes back.
And the fact is that we have a good success rate against the Scuds, which are an old missile system that is not very good as far as guidance is concerned. With a modern missile, we don't know. We haven't tried it against.
Well, and while we have the defenses to take out missiles, both sides have also developed the technology of just mass producing, so they have thousands of missiles, and each missile carrying like 10 warheads.
Yeah, and each warhead can be assigned a different target.
And another question of if they do get good enough at shooting them down, at what point are they going to shoot them down? Are they going to be within atmosphere, and therefore maybe be high enough to come down fast enough to burn up?
Yeah.
Or are we going to have debris raining upon us, some of which will be nuclear? Or will it be high enough to blow off and cause there to be space debris that now all of our satellites are going to run into and be taken out, further bringing us back into the 1700s? It's a mess. It's a mess.
But it's also at a level where it's not in the forefront of everybody's mind every day, not like it was during the Cold War. And again, I don't think, even though Russia still has missiles trained for the U.S., I don't think unless you get a rogue commander or a rogue nation or something like that going after it. What we have to worry about is more along the lines of what's coming around in Southeast Asia and the Indian area. So that's why I was not very happy with selling the technology over in that area that happened a few years ago. But,
well, or especially the idea of a terrorist attack that the technology may actually be given to them by some government that will disavow any knowledge of it.
yeah. I mean, the ISIS, I was, for the longest time, I was terrified about ISIS because
Damn right.
they had the willpower to actually send a suicide bomber over with a dirty bomb.
I apologize that this got so horribly serious, and I just
let's get back to the ridiculousness.
Real or not, nuclear weapons are weapons of propaganda, designed to fill the public with fear, through which the elites control the population of the world. The first and most obvious question people ask when confronted with the idea that nuclear weapons may be a hoax is, what about Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
$1956, huh?
Yeah. We don't have to worry about copyright on this, but we, again, as he
no, it's government films.
A lone B-29 was over Hiroshima carrying an atomic bomb. At 8:15 in the morning of August 6, Japanese time, the first atomic bomb hit an enemy target. The bomb was aimed to explode above zero.
He said there were supposed to be 3 B-29s.
Yeah, they had decoys.
Huh?
They flew decoys.
Well, not only that is there were 2 strikes, because the first strike the Japanese still didn't surrender. Second strike, when they saw that had the same capability, then they said, okay, we got.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but when they
third
say
was
there
going to be Tokyo.
Yeah. When they say when this guy does the whole, there's supposed to be 3 B-29s, therefore the bombings were a hoax. No. There's a reason why they have 1 B-29 flying the one singular mission. Because A, at the time they didn't know just the kind of capabilities that thing would have. They didn't know if it could knock planes out of the sky. B, it was for stealth purposes. You know, if you start flying 3 B-29s over a city, the Japanese are going to start noticing what's up.
Well, and you also have to consider the source of what he's using. This is a newsreel. So even if there had been like 5 squadrons of bombers, you know, they're going to play it for the sensationalism and how to make this as dramatic as possible.
And you only had 2 planes. Well, the other thing is you only had 2 planes with nuclear weapons. All the other ones had incendiary conventional weapons. So.
Oh, and on top of that,
this guy is claiming that the 2 bombings never happened.
I think that's what he's setting up for. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course you've also got to think about the fact that they may have had a chase plane.
You wouldn't use a third B-29 as a chase plane. You'd use a fighter because it would be more maneuverable. You'd get better shots and stuff like that. Put the cameras in the wing.
Exactly.
They didn't have the range. The B-29s went in unassisted.
Yeah.
Right, but
we didn't have the range to send in anything else. Only the B-29 could have gotten over Japan and had any chance of landing someplace that the pilots could get to friendly allies.
But anyhow, again, if he's going to show the entire newsreel, I think we just skip that. Because
Mark Beiser has a really good comment in the chat. The Japanese were super short on resources and were used to pamphlet drops by then. So we're not bothering with scrambling fighters for just 1 bomber flying over. It's a very good point.
Yeah.
That's true. They probably were just expecting another propaganda raid.
Ah, there we go.
Mark-
Tony Regime says it. There were 3 strike planes that flew over Hiroshima that day. The Enola Gay, which carried the bomb, and 2 observation planes, the Great Artiste and the Necessary Evil.
And Mark, please tell me I didn't butcher it this time. Fuck.
And I can assure you that it really happened. My father was amongst the troops that went in after the bombing.
You could not have that much of a destruction without it actually happening. I'm sorry. Even though most of the city was made of paper and wood, it would take a whole lot of conventional weapons to do anything close to what Big Man, or what was it, Fat Man and Little Boy did.
Yeah, and Tony Regime has it correct. There were 3 strike planes, the Enola Gay, the Great Artiste, and the Necessary Evil.
That hit Hiroshima. What about Nagasaki?
I'm not sure. Tony Regime, can you help us out with that?
Yeah. I'm sure it's coming.
Where he's going with this newscast is what you can see there. I've scrolled on a little bit, and he's going to make the point that some of the buildings made it through it, so it'll almost be fake.
Oh, God!
Yeah, or it was Ground Zero. Ground Zero doesn't necessarily have to be there.
Well, like was already said, that most of it was wooden buildings.
Yeah.
So yeah, the buildings that were made of concrete survived a bit better than the buildings made of wood.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's an important fact that while the bombs were nuclear, they were also mostly the 2 nuclear bombs were also airbursted.
Can I point out that purple rhymes with orange just basically used the story of the 3 little pigs to debunk this fucking asshole?
I didn't realize that. Yeah,
that's true. I didn't even think of that. That's a good point.
Oh my God, that almost killed me.
Yeah, and also they use B-29s for weather recon from Darren Marsh. You need to know wind conditions for accurate bomb drops, of course.
Yeah.
And also you've got to figure that while the Nagasaki and Hiroshima bombs were nuclear, they were also airburst in order to maximize damage.
That's right. Yeah.
Which of course means that buildings directly under the 0 point are going to be experiencing the shockwave going straight down.
Yeah.
And a
Which
building is designed to take the load straight down more than it is from the side.
Yeah. And Ugly German Truth says Nagasaki was the same. Boxcar for the bomb.
Oh, okay.
The Great
Yeah,
Artiste
Boxcar.
for blast measurement, and Big Stink for photos.
Yeah, Nagasaki was because they didn't surrender after Hiroshima.
And also because the second target that they had chosen was obscured by clouds, so they had to drop over Nagasaki.
Yeah. Anyway,
let's take the reality out of this a tad and go back to the fucking fantasy that is the video, because the reality of what he's talking about sucks ass, and his video sucks ass, and I'm not sure where we should go on this one, because fuck, I hate everything coming out of his fucking mouth. You know what I mean, Chris?
I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mostly it is just so demeaning how he describes the huge loss of life as being a hoax.
So let's let it play a bit more, and then everybody can get really fucking angry. How about we do it that way?
I'd like to know what his point is, but let's go on.
Surrounding area was measured in terms of distance from the center of the blast. Within a mile of 0 point, the devastation speaks for itself. But in these very ruins, Army cameramen have found and filmed pictorial evidence that tells in twisted steel and stone the effect of death-dealing atomic power. Reinforced concrete buildings seem to have withstood the explosion fairly well, the damage varying with their distance from 0 point. Within an area of 1 mile to 1.5 miles, this type of building was the only type to withstand complete demolition and destruction. The destructive circle within 1 mile from 0 point had a few notable exceptions.
Drink.
Mainly
Well, not just burned down. It's not just fire that an atomic bomb uses to destroy.
The atomic wind and everything else.
Yeah, you've got extremely powerful shock waves coming from this thing, because the reason you have the shock wave is due to the rapid expansion of the air at the hypocenter of the blast. That is the direct center.
It's not the heat that knocks down buildings, right?
Right. If you've ever heard thunder, and I assume all of you have, it's basically the same principle. The lightning that causes the thunder is heating the air to such a degree that it rapidly expands and crashes into the cooler air surrounding it, creating this big bang. It's the same principle with an atomic bomb, only much, much, much more powerful. The 20 psi overpressure is responsible for much of the damage in the 1 to 1.5 miles surrounding 0 point, and the 5 psi overpressure can knock down less sturdy buildings.
Okay, not to interrupt you, but I'm going to interrupt you anyway. We're down to 39 to 40 viewers right now, so let's continue on, see if we can get through the rest of this here.
Let's finish this up.
Yeah.
Sorry for the injection of science.
No.
On the edge of the area,
It's good information.
was a landmark, the Red Cross Hospital, which never ceased functioning, although it sustained damage. Today, it dominates the desert of a debris that was Hiroshima. Another notable exception to the general demolition was the Higashi Railroad Station in East Hiroshima, 1.5 miles from the center of the blast. This building, however, suffered extensive damage. The twisted steel beams and concrete walls show the effects of the tremendous concussion. What's left of the Commercial Museum, within 0.2 of a mile of 0 point, also gives indication of the tremendous push of the explosion. Amazingly enough, bridges did not suffer too badly at Hiroshima. This steel rail bridge 1 mile from 0 point had the side toward the explosion virtually blasted by flying particles, which removed almost all the paint. But the side away from the explosion did not need a new paint job. Roads in the area fared better than buildings or bridges. Shortly after the fires died down, traffic was resumed. Today, these highways through the ruins are again in use. Beside our military traffic trudge the survivors of vanished Hiroshima, the first city in history to be atom-bombed into oblivion.
It took them months to clear the streets out like that.
The voice, the narrator, it's as propaganda as it comes. It doesn't matter what side it's from.
Well, that was also, I mean, that's how newsreels were done also.
It is. Yeah, it is. But this is very, look what we've done, like it's.
I was commenting on the overlays that the idiot put in. Trying to
good
make
call there,
that,
too.
Oh, the suspicious that these roads are all clear. How could that be? This must be faked. It's like, idiot. This is taken months after the blast. No one was let in except military personnel for quite some time.
And why wouldn't they clear the roads? Because you've got to get shit going.
Yeah.
Like, hello?
Yeah, if you're going to have a rescue effort, you need to send plows in to clear the debris first.
It's true with a tornado or anything.
Tony Regime says,
what he's putting Tokyo in there.
Well, Tony Regime's got a good one. There were trains running from Hiroshima to Nagasaki the day after the first bomb.
Okay, so this was part one. Purple, I think you said that this was a 3-part series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're seeing the words nuclear hoax. Has anybody been given anything in this video that would lead them to believe that there was a nuclear hoax?
No.
just his cynical comments.
Yeah. It's just bullshit, right?
He didn't show any of the footage of the actual dropping of the bomb either, where with the mushroom cloud or anything like that.
I think what he's going for is to try to claim that it was just conventional fire bombs.
Yeah, I mean that's what it seemed like.
Good call.
Yeah, he was suggesting it's napalm.
Yeah.
But anyhow, yeah, idiots abound. I mean, there's.
Should we gong this motherfucker and get our wrap ups in? Like, are we done?
I think we're done with this one, aren't we?
That was the end of the video.
Oh, so we don't have to gong this human piece of garbage. He did it to himself. That's awesome.
We could just to feel better.
Yeah, we could. Right? Okay, so everybody put a 1 in the chat if you want that gonged, because we want the moral superiority to feel like we fucking did it to him, right? I'm loving it. You know, when it comes to the debunking scene, especially the live shows like movie night, and, you know, obviously the Shills kind of comes from movie night, right? The best viewers ever. The best viewers ever. There's nothing that I could say to convey how cool the people in this scene are. It's unbelievable. And, you know, we did a little Shills version of movie night here tonight. It wasn't quite what it's supposed to be always, you know, but I can't help but be myself and cheese and so on, right? But I hope we lived up to what it's supposed to be. You know, Jenny, Chris, you know, how was it? You know, how did we do?
Well, I
enjoyed
the idea of adding in the 1 minute with no drink calls here and there.
Sorry about that. My internet took a massive shit on me.
Okay.
Well, sometimes you got to do it, Purple, because you got to let them at least say enough, because you know there's going to be enough pauses, and you can't have them all, right?
Yeah, right. And that's what happens a lot in movie night. Is it's like pausing it every 10 seconds because there's so much stupid.
Yeah. But Jesus seen that on the Shills enough. He knew that, you know what, you know, we're not doing it. But Chris.
Yes. I was just saying that I enjoyed this. I always enjoy it when you guys come over and share the stupid with us, and tonight was no exception. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the audience for sticking around till the end too. That was
and hey,
great.
I had some useful information.
Yep. I think you guys did a good balance of being true to the show, but, you know, when you're guest hosting, it's expected you bring a bit of your own style to it.
Can't help it, right? You know, you only can be who you are, you know?
I'm really hoping I can get that piano tomorrow, because you know the interesting things about it? It's got a pitch bend wheel, and it's got multiple instrument recording, and it makes my current piano look like a fucking bitch in comparison.
I'm kind of dreading Tornado with full sound effects.
Yeah.
So what we were thinking is tomorrow night we're getting back to the regular Shills show. Why don't everybody from movie night come on over and we'll have a fucking shit show again? Let's do it.
Yay! I get to be part of the Silly Shill Show.
Okay, so what time are you starting out?
What works for everybody? Because, you know, I mean, we normally on a Saturday, I think we do 11:30 GMT, but I mean, it's not set in stone. We can do what it's our channel. We can do what we fucking want, right? You know.
Well,
but you gotta let people know so that they know. Oh, we gotta be there at this time.
On Saturday, you usually start while it's still daylight, so I'm usually still working on projects then.
Yeah. It doesn't work for everybody, but usually on a Saturday, the Silly Shill show goes at 11:30 GMT, and there's an open invite from everybody from movie night to come and join us tomorrow, and we'll turn this shit up to a Spinal Tapian 11 and fucking go for it.
Just put when the link's ready, put it into the DM chat for the pants off.
Twitter feed.
Yeah. Okay, will do. So let's get around the room and do our wrap ups and see what everybody thought. I know Chris is literally reaching for the Tylenol bottle right now. We have pretty much killed him. Chris, sound off and tell us how you really feel, buddy.
Well, if I didn't enjoy this, I wouldn't do it. And I really had a good time tonight. I like the fact that we cleared out the wheel. Even though that means I'm going to have to go and search for new videos and try and find something that's interesting with Flat Earth has been becoming harder and harder. That's why I started going towards some of the sovereign citizens in the first minute. But thank you for stepping in for Side Striking. I'm sure she needed the break. And I hope everything's going good over there. And
John had to take an unexpected trip, so
yeah, that's right. Yeah, good show, Chris. Good show.
Yeah, and hopefully it's not a medical issue. I know she's been having some problems that have been having to take precedence. But I just want to shill for the Game of Fools. I don't know if we're starting up tomorrow night or not. If it's, I don't know if Shadow has her computer back and running and everything set up on it, or if it's going to be at least another week before we see that happening.
Well, Chris.
Yes.
Chris, between Cheese and Colin and myself, we'd be glad to help produce if you guys need it for Game of Fools. We can step in and help.
Oh, I'll definitely. I mean, Tracy has our Shadow. Sorry, I didn't mean to dox her. Shadow will have to come in and make that final decision if she wants to do that.
I've got her on Discord. I'll give her a PM later.
Yeah, definitely. Don't be surprised if it takes a day or two for her to reply, though. So.
I'm the same. Absolutely.
Okay. And with that, thank you for hanging out with us and buy our merch. And I'll let it turn it back to our host and let him continue going around the room.
Well, we got to get to Jenny Morgan, somebody I haven't streamed with in a little while, and it's a good thing we got to. But what do you think of our twist on movie night? Did we do okay?
Well, it's not so bad at all. The Shills are just that weakened copy of movie night, and you do what you can to try to imitate us, but we still come out on top, even if we let you in. So
yeah. I'm gonna PM you later.
We love you, Dick.
Not a meter.
On my upcoming stuff is Critical Cripple Dave will be getting his show going again. We've got stuff going Tuesday. I'm forgetting the time. I apologize. But if you keep your eye open on Twitter for his announcements, that show is definitely a lot of fun with his questions asking.
Critical Cripple does a good stream and a good show. Very good creator.
And other than that, it's whatever studs I can pick up in the bar. It's
taking them home and breaking them one soul at a time. Are you?
That's right. Mama's whip needs some exercise.
And purple rhymes with orange. Somebody I've streamed with many times, and I can't wait for more. How you doing, buddy?
Good. I always appreciate you including me. When I can get on the Shills and that. So yeah, mostly on my channel, I've just been doing chats Wednesdays noon and Thursdays midnight U.S. Central Time. Sometime this week, I expect receiving the final component for building my new computer.
Awesome.
So when I get that up, I should have the capability of actually being online with a camera. Lately, I've been doing it with my laptop, which I can either have the camera on or be live streaming, but if I try to do both, it does not handle it well.
Shit. I'm doing a rebuild right now, so I hear you. Oh man, it drives you crazy when you're so close to what you want to do, but you can't quite do it.
Yep. So should have a more powerful machine in a couple of weeks here.
Excellent. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Tornado in a junkyard. You absolutely angry son of a bitch. How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm doing relatively well now that all the stupid is gone away. Now that Mr. 9/11 was Pantomime has decided to show himself off of the show. Oh man, this was just fucking irritating. But I'm glad we cleared the wheel for this week, and hopefully next week we'll have lots more stupid. We'll have lots more fun, and maybe we'll have a lot less death of the brain cells. But then again, this is movie night. Every one of our cells is, well, not doing well. And if you listen close, you can hear our friend Jism's lone brain cell crying out for mercy.
I love it. And the man who stepped up to run the show tonight and did such a supremo cheesy Mondo-licious job. It's gotta be Cheese Mondo. How you doing, my brother?
I've really enjoyed this. It's been good fun. And for once, I'm not responsible for choosing the videos, so that's even better. Thank you to the panel for making us so welcome, and thank you to everyone inside chat for sticking with us. At one point, there was just over 50 people watching, and 4 hours into the stream, there's still 37. So thank you very much, all of you.
Super chat.
Mega cheese.
From Chris Kelling. Oh, and Scooty pooping. Thank you, Chris.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a tip. And god damn it, these are words to live by. Buck nuggets believe the earth is flat. Buck nuggets are anti-vaxxers, and the fuck nuggets are the Karens. Whoa! For the love of all things that aren't gigantor, you don't want to be a fuck nugget. On behalf of Cy Strikeling and everybody here, let's say goodnight, everybody. We're out of here.
Everybody.
Good night.
The man who is no longer with us while we're at it.